get confirmation on the broadcast, and that'll be going shortly here. And there we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Burn Bryte. I am Christiana Ellis, and I will be the game master tonight. We're gonna burn some daylight, apparently. Our players tonight, Paul Weimer.
Hi there.
Lee Burdett.
Hey.
David Archambault.
Hello.
And Nobilis Reed will be joining us as soon as he can. He had a last-minute emergency come up. Hopefully he will be rejoining us very soon. But we're going to go ahead and get started in the meantime. So, welcome, everyone. This is a game called Burn Bryte, and it is a new tabletop role-playing game that is published native to Roll20.net. And it is a very neat science fantasy game with a very fun adventure-y sort of feel where, you might call it, mashing up Star Trek and Guardians of the Galaxy and Fifth Element and all of those sorts of things. So here we are. Now, we covered a lot of stuff in our session 0, if you got a chance to see that. But if you did not, here are some of the basics of what you need to know. We are playing a game here set in the Olaxis Galaxy, which I'm showing here on the map. But if you notice, all around the galaxy here is what's called the burn. The burn is a reddish-orange aurora sort of thing that seems to be consuming the entire galaxy from all directions. It's been encroaching on the galaxy for about 100 years now, and it has already consumed a variety of systems, and anyone who goes into the burn does not come back. Seems pretty dire, but here's the thing. Galaxy big, burn kind of slow. So it's actually probably going to be like 500 years or more before it would really consume the whole galaxy. But in the meantime, it's a little complicated how people feel about it. A lot of people are trying to rush towards the center of the galaxy from the places further out. It causes a lot of competition for real estate and resources and all that sort of thing. But for the average citizen of the Olaxis Galaxy, I mean, you still got to figure out where you're going to get your lunch, right? You know?
Still got to pay the bills.
Life goes on for a while, you know? So you got to figure out what you're doing. So we are playing a crew that is on a ship, and they're going to do adventures, and that's the plan. So let's introduce our characters. And so we're beginning here. Let's just go ahead and start. So congratulations. You just made good on a high-risk, high-reward trade deal. An Overguild boss named Zaspar, a Rornan from the Cosma Overguild, which oversees transportation in the Olaxis Galaxy, urgently needed a shipment of Delixor crystals brought to his base of operations on Ozabni, which is a planet towards the center of the galaxy, so prime real estate, but doesn't really have much in the way of its own resources, so pretty much anything value needs to be imported. And so you, in this particular deal, Zaspar put out a message saying he needed these crystals. First to deliver gets paid. All others had better find another buyer. Now, your crew hasn't been together for very long, but you were in the right place at the right time. So now, the three of you are sitting in a very fancy office while Zaspar checks out your delivery. Your Glean colleague has stayed back on the ship to supervise the installation of some new modules. But in the meantime, here you are, fancy office. And Zaspar checking out this crate that you've brought. And because Zaspar is a Rornan, what that means is that checking out the crate means there are thousands of tiny, shimmering blue insects swarming all over the crate. This swarm of insects is Zaspar. This inspection is taking rather longer than you expected. While they check out the goods, why don't each of you describe for me what you look like sitting in this fancy office and how you are handling the weight? Who would like to go first?
Well, I think Basket Case, who is a Peacecraft, is quite a bit bigger than the ceiling, so he's not actually sitting in a chair. He's kind of crouched down so that he can fit in the room.
Yes.
He's used to waiting. Carbon life forms are kind of slow. It's just one of those things. And so he might be trying to tap quietly on the carpet, not to make any noise, but it's just, yeah, this is taking a while. Kind of boring.
So
now.
for people who are new to the Alaxis Galaxy, Peacecraft are living mecha. Basket Case is, what did you decide, 15 feet tall?
I don't think I ever came down on a hard
Well,
number, but
pick one right now.
15 to 20.
There you go.
Let's do 20.
20 feet
20
tall.
feet tall.
20 feet tall, has the appearance of a robot, but living, sentient, and with a cockpit designed for another humanoid creature to sit inside. But you're the one that's really in control. And for those who are not seeing the video, the token we have here is actually a picture of well-known Star Wars villain General Grievous. This is an inspiration only for the visual appearance. So, who's next?
I am. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, by contrast, Yandu Calabrata, who is an Olran, which means he's a human size, although there's no humans in this universe, crystalline humanoid, I guess, but humanoid's not really a word here because there's no humans, is sitting in his chair, leaning forward, tapping his right foot impatiently. He is the pilot of our adventure, and so he likes things to go quickly, fast, and, did I mention, quickly. So this sort of long, drawn-out inspection is getting on his crystalline nerves, as it were. It's like, can we be done yet? Can we be done yet? Can we be done yet? But he's trying. He's not saying anything, but every so often you hear the tick, 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 tick against the floor.
All right. Last but not least.
Noviatola is a cat person.
Also known as an Eno in this setting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also, but looks like a cat person, and has and she's handling weight not bad. She's military. This weight's nothing compared to waiting for some commanders. But the bright blue, bright little insects have her fascinated, and her ears are just twitching as she's just tracking each one. It's like, and you can almost see her resisting the urge to.
Don't do that. Don't do it.
She knows. She
Yes.
knows.
Certainly, for a cosmopolitan sapient in this galaxy, it is certainly known to everyone that the Rornan were previously all one hive mind of trillions and trillions of these little insects. But, alas, to their great misfortune, their homeworld, along with their queen, was consumed by the burn. And the Rornan that had left the planet and existed elsewhere suddenly found themselves unable to maintain a hive mind within colonies of more than 100,000 or so. And so now each of those individual sort of swarms has its own separate consciousness. And some of them get government jobs, like Zaspar. So the three of you are here, while your friend Erasto is back at the ship. But as you have been waiting, eventually you start hearing the voice, a little bit scattered since the swarm is all over right now, but coming together a little bit more solidly as they swarm back over to the desk and begin to pile into a vaguely humanoid-shaped mound on the chair behind this desk. And yes, excellent. These crystals are in excellent shape. You have done well.
Thank you, sir.
You were very fast. May I ask, were you just lucky, or is there some trick to your success?
Look to hunt. Hi. Yandu?
Luck is as important as skill in these things. So I would say both.
So true, so true. One of the things that all of you know is that as an Overguild boss for the Cosma Overguild, the Cosma Overguild is in charge, as I said earlier, of transportation all over. So, you know, when they're impressed with how quickly you transported something, that's good to know. I believe it goes without saying at this point that you have been awarded the success in this particular purchase, so you will, of course, be paid the argent agreed upon in the job posting. But, tell me, have you visited Ozobni before?
I am new to your fair planet.
I had never been here, no.
The insects all kind of like warble and chitter in sort of a rhythmic wave pattern, which you know to be the Rornan laughter. And they say, well, fair planet is one way to put it. Ozobni is a lifeless rock that is now covered with neon and strip malls. But it's home.
Be ever so humble.
Indeed. So, are you planning to stay long? Because if so, I happen to know a great many of the local businesses and could provide you with a tourist map that would not only guide you to some of the local amenities, but also, if presented, would allow you a 10% gift certificate for, discount at any of the goods or services, and includes tickets for tonight's performance at the Wailing Diva, which is a local music venue. Feel no obligation, of course. This is just how I like to reward a job well done.
Thank you.
5 or 6 of these insects work together to scoot a folded piece of paper across the desk in your direction.
Okay. A great big gray arm pulls forward in between them, puts one finger gently on the desk, and pulls the piece of paper back very slowly.
Yes, the individual insects kind of scuttle back across the desk and then just sort of leap into the overall swarming mass.
Mm-hmm.
So, you'll find that the "You Are Here" star on that map is in fact the front door of my office. So you shouldn't get lost. But of course, If you need anything while you're in town, let me know. I may have work for you again in the future.
It's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Good to know.
Likewise. And so you are dismissed. We're going to hand wave a little bit that you've already been paid, and that part of what you intended to use this money for was to buy some new customizable modules for your ship. And
Yep.
so we'll just say that that's part of what Erasto is working on right now, is supervising that transaction. They had a few other things they were trying to get done on the ship, so it made sense for them to stay behind and work on that while you head out. So I'm going to bring us over to got let's see, let's get this got your map here. So you are all down here at the bottom right here in the bottom right, but you can feel free to look around and see the various names there. Right now, you would say it's maybe 10 a.m. sort of local time. And your little ticket stub says that if you wanted to go to the music performance at the Wailing Diva, that would start at 9 p.m.
Oh, so we got plenty of time to see the sights.
Yeah. So, are you all seeing the map?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And so even though I've got it set up on a tactical map here, you can move your tokens if you like, but I think we can probably abstract you actually walking around the sidewalks and everything.
Yeah. Okay. That's a very interesting shop. Dropo's modifications, piercings, tattoos, scrimshaws, engravings.
Well, I mean, people are made of different materials and not all flesh, Knock, knock, knock. No,
Bang,
no
bang,
offense.
bang.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
offense to our, companion. So
Okay.
I
So,
think nobody told her, look at the chart, shake her head, and then move on.
okay.
Yeah, what interests her is like fusion food truck.
why am I not surprised?
All right. So you want to head up to that little square right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're following.
Basket case.
Well, we're following Basket Case, but I don't know if Basket Case is hungry, but I know.
Well, so at 20 feet tall, here's a question. I would imagine your natural stride probably quite a bit faster than your college walk. So how do you handle that?
Take a step and wait. Take a step and wait. He's used to biologics being slow.
Slow.
All right.
You're just long-lived.
So as you've made your way into this little plaza, you definitely see there's a lot of people around, even though you're kind of between standard meal times locally. But you check it out, and apparently, looking at the menu on the side, this is an operation run by a driftling named who goes by Chef. And it is apparently a molecular gastronomy style operation where, if you're not familiar with that term, it's very much in keeping with driftlings. And because we haven't introduced a driftling species here yet, driftlings are a species that are able to change their appearance into all sorts of different physiologies, so long as they have spent significant time around individuals with those physiologies. And so their physicality can be a mix and match of all different other species. And so what you actually see behind the counter at this operation is a driftling with a Zevoid body, which means it is a big, like 4 foot long slug like torso, but lots of glian long tentacles coming around to manipulate various things. And then the head is actually very much like an Eno head. So it's sort of very cat human like, cat humanoid like. So it is certainly an unusual mix, but they seem to be getting along in their little kitchen very well. And their specialty is all sorts of foods that are in very different or unusual configurations. For example, you could have a steak ice cream cone, or you could have, like an apple pie sort of like, creation, but served as like little identical cubes that are covered in some sort of a crystalline substance. And it just has all sorts of, expected foods presented in unexpected ways.
That apple pie thing sounds really good, actually.
Deconstructed apple pie.
Yeah.
Well, this is more than just deconstructed. This is somehow like this is everlasting gobstopper type thing of in the sense that it does not look anything like an apple pie. It looks like a little sugar cube, but it tastes like everything that an apple pie should taste like.
Mm.
Oh,
Of course,
almost-
it's a space apple pie. I should clarify.
Yeah, space apple pie.
Or nearest equivalent.
Yes, everybody knows about space apples. They grow everywhere.
Yeah.
Some people consider them weeds. Yeah.
Here's a question I never thought about when I created this character. Does Basket Case actually need to eat?
Believe it or not, you are fueled by hope.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm trying to make the little heart thing, and I'm out of. Yeah.
Oh my god, that is so sweet and precious. I love it.
Yes.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah. So the short answer is that no, you don't technically need to eat, but I imagine that you can if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about what does a crystalline humanoid actually eat.
So
it is a question.
it's notable though with Ulran, they are not entirely crystalline, but kind of like with many creatures we are familiar with on Earth that have like bone spurs or horns and that sort of thing that grow out. The equivalent on an Ulran is crystalline, and so they do harden over time, but they're not entirely all crystal to begin with.
Oh, great! So that means I'm getting space apple pie cubes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
They
Really
also
don't.
they note that they have menu selections for all different manners of diet. For example, Rornan enjoy metal shavings, and that sort of thing.
No, but you totally will get the crystalline apple pie as well, because shiny in it, and space apples are good.
Sure. Yeah. So they have they that seems to be a popular menu item because he's got a bunch that he just serves right up. We're not gonna mess around with charging you 5 argent for space apple pie. So don't worry about that. But big purchases will definitely track. But yeah, so you get those, and he nods to you, but he's too busy for talking right now because he's got a lot of customers.
Even between lunch menu says.
Yeah, you imagine that if you were here at peak hours, there'd probably be like a line halfway down the block.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course,
All right.
that assumes you can find it if it's a trucking moose everywhere. If you don't,
Well,
if
this
you're
is
not around here, you probably don't know where it goes.
probably a prime location. I'm gonna head up to the pawn shop.
All
Are
right.
you guys
Yep.
gonna come too?
Yes. I mean, eating our deconstructed crystalline space apple pies as we're going along.
All
So
right.
yes. And I mean, it's hard to lose you. I mean, you're spotted from long distances.
Yeah.
Thankfully. So there's a good question, OGM. What is the species mix here on?
Oh,
On this
yeah. So it's a good point. I should also, like, I could just describe this whole location for you. First of all, you're in a domed city because this is the planet of Ozabni is not actually habitable by itself. It's basically just a rock that happens to be in a convenient location. That is why. And the thing is, because of the burn, any land at all that is close to the center of the galaxy, and Ozabni is incredibly valuable, even if before nobody cared about it because it's a lifeless rock, right? So that's why everything that's here is relatively new. And generally speaking, there's a lot of people, with money setting up stuff. And it tends to be, although the overguilds all operate here, there's not a lot of formal government. It tends to be run a little bit like whoever has the most money in the neighborhood gets to say how things go. So, oh, good. We have Nobilis. Welcome. Let me expand our little thumbnails here. Hello, welcome. Are you here?
Hello.
Are you with us?
I am here.
Wonderful. So,
Yes.
that's good timing. So, just to briefly sum up, you successfully delivered the crystals that were agreed upon. You made the local boss of the Cosmo Overguild very happy. He gave you a tourist map of local businesses that you can get a discount if you present the map and coupons, and otherwise you are free to go about your business. Basically, you are able to wander around this little neighborhood. Later tonight, you have tickets for a music performance at a nightclub called the Wailing Diva. So, as you're wandering around, your colleague Erasto hurries to catch up with you. Erasto, what do you look like as you hurry to catch up with your friends?
I am a glean. So I am a roughly 2 meter tall tentacular creature with a kind of a bulbous pointy head with 6 eyes and a pair of glasses in front of all 6 of them. If there's a forehead there, there's a kind of a gem in the middle of it that is called his reliquary, and then the body stretches. His tentacles that can function as both arms and legs kind of hang from the area just behind this head. And he uses them both for getting around and also for manipulating things. Remember that if you want to shake his hand. And then there's a shaft that goes up from behind his head with a bunch of feathery organs that kind of wave around, and those are his gill fronds. And yeah, he is known to the crew as a practical biochemist.
Yeah.
Hey, Erasto, analyze this. I'll toss one of the deconstructed space apple pie cubes in this direction.
Yes. So you have just been tossed what appears to be something like a bouillon cube, but
Okay.
as soon as you smell it, it smells like an apple pie, like
All
like
right.
a complex, nuanced smell that you are very surprised to see come from such a little cube.
I'm not that surprised. I mean, there's
It's
all
space
kinds
apple.
of.
So
I could probably do
this is
something like
not
that if I wanted to, but
well, it's not the normal way you find a space apple pie, but it is. Yeah,
true.
certainly someone with your expertise in science would understand how such a thing might be accomplished. It's still neat to buy it from a food truck.
So
But it's not on a stick.
it's not on a stick. That is slightly disappointing. So yeah, so I guess I will use my perception score to analyze it.
Oh, okay. So, what do you want to know about it other than just like, does it taste good?
Well, he asked me to analyze it, so I
Oh.
want to get any information that I can out of the out of
Sure,
this. So,
sure. Go ahead and make a complexity 3 roll using
Okay.
whatever skill you feel like is appropriate.
Okay, I'm using my medicine score,
Sure.
and
All right.
I pass.
So was that medicine? It looks like perception on the
Oh,
the
okay.
roll.
Yeah, I was debating which one to use, but it passed.
That's
so it doesn't
fine.
really
Yes,
matter.
yes. So it passed. And so what you are able to discern is that this certainly looks as you're sort of describe what it looks like as you're analyzing it.
Um, he kind of rubs one tentacle tip over it, and then the tip kind of everts to bring the part that he rubbed inside, and then he kind of his fronds wiggle a little, and an icon comes up in his reliquary that has a face with a finger on a chin, because
I love it.
gleans do not have a lot of facial features, so they project emotions onto their reliquary to transmit that sort of thing. And he's basically analyzing it in his own kind of internal biochemical self.
So yes, as you are performing this assessment using your expertise, you detect that the space apples used in this are of a popular variety that you know that would certainly not be native to a place like Obzobny, but probably brought in, but high quality space apples. And of course, the special ingredient is just a little bit of nutmeg, and all sorts of different. It's a pretty clever recipe, and so certainly the techniques are not unfamiliar to you, but it is nonetheless the art part of this science is well done.
Okay. I convey to them instead of saying that, I actually tell them the names of some of the chemicals that make up the nutmeg flavor, like myristicin and elemicin and eugenol and saffron.
I'm just like, what? Oh,
and perhaps identify whether I actually know it or not, the planet of origin of the apples, and all kinds of information that none of them would be able to ever verify whether I was lying or not.
Sure.
oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
So
as you're having this conversation and you're sort of just around the corner from the collector's collection pawn shop where Basket Case had just been about to send you all, you hear actually a crashing sound and then a cry of alarm
From which direction?
from the
Yep.
direction of the pawn shop.
Okay.
Okay. Can we see anything, or is that around? Yeah.
It's around the corner, but I assume that you're
Okay.
heading that way. And
Okay.
so what you see, looking in there, is that first of all, it is one of those shops that obviously this is personality dependent, but I find utterly charming, which is that these little curio shops that are just densely packed with all sorts of haphazard little knickknacks and weird little shelves and little curiosity things that are just everywhere. And you feel like if you take half a step in the wrong direction, you're going to knock over $10,000 worth of weird stuff.
Basket
There
Case
was a place-
desperately wants to go in.
Yeah, there was a place in Nepal just like that.
Yeah,
And
so-
back in the day, it was like it couldn't move.
Right. But what you also see as you look in there is you see another driftling named, well, you don't know their name, but they have an Eno body, which is sort of the cat-like humanoid sort of shape. But the only thing that marks them as a driftling is that they have 4 Kithuk arms, which are these big sort of insect people. But they are standing there, sort of looking up into a shadowy corner of the ceiling in dismay, and you see that one of their hands, it looks like inflamed and swollen, and they're clearly holding it like it hurts and looking kind of up into the corner in dismay.
What happened?
I'm sorry, you've caught me at a bit of a disadvantage right now. I'm dealing with a little bit of a problem.
Can we help?
Can you?
I think so.
How can we help?
You see, up in the corner, and as he's pointing with one of the other hands, right? Like he's holding the injured hand in one hand, but then he has 2 other arms, right? So he points with one of the other arms and points up into the corner, and he says, I made a purchase of a vaguely described taxidermied critter that seemed too good to be true, and as it happens, the vagueness that I suspected in the description means that it was not in fact taxidermied, but in fact alive, and now it's hiding in the ceiling after having bitten me, and I am losing some of the sensation in my arm as we speak.
How tall is the ceiling?
It's like maybe, well, I was just about to say like maybe 15 feet, but it occurs to me that in a setting like this where peacecraft are common, I think that it would have to be much higher ceilings would need to be standard for any sort of place of business.
Otherwise, our peacecraft would be stooping everywhere.
Yeah, so I think it's
Yeah.
probably 25 feet.
Okay.
But,
if everything
but at
is
the same
kind
time,
of crammed cheek by jowl,
Yes.
what I imagine is that the individual shelves and things are about 6 feet high,
Mm-hmm.
and then the peacecraft just kind of loom over top of it and walk down the several aisles
Yes.
simultaneously.
yeah,
and
in
then
fact,
empty
probably
itself.
have to turn sideways and sidestep along them.
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, so and along the walls, some of the shelves do go up higher in area, things that are clearly like boxed up and not as actively on display. But one corner is sort of like shadowy up there, so you can't really see anything up there, but you do hear a little bit of a sound.
Okay. Well, Basket Case will sidle very gently between the shelves towards the thing.
How about you make tell me how you get through these shelves without breaking anything. I think it's a complexity too, but tell me what.
Complexity.
Yeah, so you can choose which skill you think applies, but tell me how that skill could be used to avoid breaking things as you move through this cluttered shop.
I want to go streetwise
Okay.
because you have, if you're 20 feet tall, you have to know how to maneuver in areas that are not
Yeah.
built with your specific height in mind.
Yeah, you've been around a while, and you got to learn pretty early on how to not step on smaller people.
Yeah.
So go
Yeah,
ahead and
those-
make the roll for me.
Yeah. They're slow and they're squishy. Not their fault. Just
All right.
and complexity 2.
Yes. So relatively easy for now. Well done. You passed. So
Now,
You-
now both Lee and Nobilis should mark off that they've rolled those particular dice on
Yes.
their sheet.
Yep.
Yeah,
I just
so-
thought of that and just did it.
Okay.
So,
good.
for anyone who is new to this system, let's explain just for a moment how the dice rolls work. Each skill for each character has a die size associated with it. It's going to be D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. And the higher this die size, the better you are at that skill. And when you are rolling for a complexity 2 roll, you roll 2 dice. For a complexity 3, you roll 3 dice, etc. And the rule is, if all of the numbers you roll are different, then that's a success. And if there are any doubles, like 2 4s or something, that's a failure. And failures in this game always come with some sort of consequence. A failure never just means you didn't do something. So, in this case, you succeed. You sidle through these shelves using your well-honed technique of not stepping and breaking things constantly.
It's taken a lot of practice.
Yeah. So as you get a little closer, hang on, I'm just realizing I could move over the map a little bit. So you're actually in the shop right now, but I don't have a map for the interior of the shop.
Yeah.
But as you get a little closer, what you see hiding in the shadows looks like this. So it is only about, like, this little body is like maybe 8 inches in diameter.
I love it.
Yes. So,
So precious.
yes. So that is what you see hiding up in the corner there. I think you're not familiar with this particular organism. It seems to be hiding and reacting in a sort of threatening way, but who even knows what this thing's, various, physical behaviors look like.
Okay. Well, while that's going on, I would like to go up to the shopkeeper there who seems injured and
Yes.
see what I can do to help them.
Okay. So
You are wounded. I might be able to help you. I am, in fact, a practical biochemist.
You can't say
practical-
doctor, can you, Arado?
So is that
so-
like a doctor?
It is very much like a doctor, indeed. There are some very small, really quite trivial differences.
So
But yes, I might be able to help you if you want me to ameliorate some of your numbness and perhaps
Well,
nerve damage or some sort of other issue going on there. Bedside manner isn't exactly my strong suit, so please don't be alarmed.
he's kind of just nodding along at by the end of that. It's just, uh-huh.
Okay, well, I will take that as consent, and use some of my med kit supplies,
Sure.
and see if I can heal whatever it is that's
All
bothering
right.
them.
So he has the equivalent of a moderate condition, right now.
Okay.
And this is indicated to you by the fact that when he lets go of his hand and reveals it to you, it has two obvious chomp marks on it, and the whole thing is like swollen and red and got little streaks going down various parts of it, and
Okay.
he had started to say, actually maybe it's fine. It doesn't even really hurt anymore. And then as he takes his hand away and sees it, he starts to like wobble a little.
Okay. Well, using one tentacle to kind of steady him,
Uh-huh.
I will analyze the wound and see what I can do to help.
Okay, so I believe that you have an ability that lets you do this, right? It's
Well, I was going to use skills, but
well,
I
so
have,
your mending implant
yes,
is a special ability that lets
yeah,
you
yes.
cure conditions immediately instead of the time
Oh,
and cost it would normally take.
okay. All right. So it says outside of combat, skill rolls to cure minor conditions have complexity 2, moderate conditions complexity 3, significant conditions complexity 4. So
Yes.
so this is a moderate condition?
Correct. So this would
Okay.
be a complexity 3 to try to cure this thing.
Okay. I will roll my medicine skill at complexity 3, and
And
that's a
it's a
pass.
success. So describe what this looks like as you treat this wound and make it better immediately.
Well, the very first thing that Erasto does is adjust his glasses. He's got some high tech analysis type glasses, and a little orange beam of light plays over the wound, and then over this fellow's face, and then over the rest of his anatomy. And there's kind of computer noises coming from it. Text is scrolling through the glasses, and then he's okay, and he whips out his hypo spray, kind of twirls it around in his tentacle for a moment. It's clear that this is something that he is quite familiar with and uses often. Pulls out 3 or 4 different vials from his kits and loads it up, and there's kind of swirling chemicals inside the thing, and then he jabs it onto the creature's arm next to the wound, and there's a little bubbling sound as the contents of the sprayer are emptied into the creature, and then he twirls around again and holsters it in the pack that he keeps around his neck. Wait, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what kind of part of his body it is because it's up above his head. Anyways, he puts it back there, and it's ready holster, and says, "So there, how do you feel?"
Oh my goodness. That's much better. I had started to get a little worried there, but thank you so much. How could I repay you?
Oh, don't worry about it. I am happy to see people happy as a result of me injecting them with chemicals.
Ah,
How do I?
I'm happy to help then. So what are Nova, Itala, and Yondu doing anything while all this is going on? Or are you just browsing?
Who were you talking to?
The two of
Yondu
us.
and Nova Itala, the two of you who haven't done anything
Yep.
yet. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Noe Tola would be looking looking at seeing what she could see of the creature, if anything at all.
So I think you would have to get closer as well, but it's easier for you because you're not 20 feet
Yeah.
tall.
Yeah, she would get
Well, okay,
basically
so
close.
I take it back. You can get through the shelves easily, but you are not. You are further away from where it's hiding in the corner. So, how do you want to try to get a look at this critter? It's going to just be complexity 2.
How about some athletics?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, just kind of try and jump up a little bit.
Sure. Hop up along the shelves.
Yeah, maybe climb the shelves.
Yeah. Ah. So there is, in cases when it's not obvious what a failure might entail, there's a random table that we can roll on to try to determine what's the consequence of the failure. But in this case, I feel like it's pretty obvious, right? Is that, that you are doing a fancy little practiced flip up onto the higher shelf, and you land in a cool superhero pose, and then there's this little you realize you have accidentally jostled this vase that's going woo, 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 close to the edge. And I was just going to say, I think that there's a moment, maybe you could have saved it, but there's a deep part of you that wanted to see it fall. And so I think that moment of hesitation means it's too late. Crash! Shatters all over the ground. And then, so I think, Erasto, where you're up with the host, he suddenly looks over in alarm. And I think there's an unspoken, like, there's a look exchanged between the two of you where there's a discussion of, you know how just a moment ago there was a question of how I could repay you?
Yeah.
But in any case, yeah, so once you are up on the shelf, despite having broken this vase, you can now see the little critter too. What about you, Yandu? What are you doing?
I was thinking not so much getting a look at it, but trying to basically help it back cornered or keep it where it currently is. So I was heading down the shelves to basically kind of make sure that it didn't get swarming around the shop.
You wanna kind of try to cut off any like avenue of escape if it tries to bolt from the others.
Right.
Okay. What skill would you like to do for that? Let's call it a complexity 2.
Complexity 2. I hate to say athletics, but athletics seems to be the best plan here.
Well, I mean, that's one of the beauties of this system.
Let's go for perception instead. I mean, it's still a D6, but it's like spotting the best spot to stand and plant myself.
So another interesting thing about this system for people who are new to Burn Bryte is that there's no assigned skills that like some task definitely requires a specific skill. It can be any skill that you like. But
I got the same role as David.
So
that's like great.
It can be any skill that you like, but you just have to be able to justify how that skill would work. And I think what makes sense here is that you are concentrating so hard on the little critter in the corner that you are stepping around. You're watching up there. Take one more step, and then you feel your shoulder bump something, and then you hear cling, 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 cling.
And I stop, and I look cringe.
Yeah.
The Oron equivalent of cringing, like, oh no.
Yeah, you discover that there was some elaborate type of like silverware holder, like stand that held everything in a very unique, fancy presentational way that is now doesn't look like it would work for that anymore.
Oh, bad.
How is it that the giant mech is the most graceful person in the room?
I don't know.
You're not watching the right anime.
So, basket case, despite being surrounded by clumsy oafs, you think that these two crashes, if anything, have only startled this little creature more. What are you doing?
All right. I've been thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm going to do is reach up one hand like this, like set it as a platform, and then reach the other one around it and just kind of bump it very gently into my hand, and then keep my hands closed around it, and then back out of the store.
Okay, okay. I think that we do probably need another skill for this entire order of
Yeah.
operations, especially because you are now interacting with a scared animal.
Yes.
So let's call this a complexity 3.
Okay. And I think I'm going to use empathy. It's like, don't worry, I gotcha. You're safe now.
Soothing the sweet little critter, the little pink
Yes.
puffball.
Even though I'm terrifying to look at, I it's okay. I gotcha.
All right.
So
I like
difficulty 3.
Yes.
Okay, complexity 3. Oh.
Oh, look at that.
That's how you
It's a
do it.
success. So, yes, with your gentle coaxing, you see this little critter start to, untense a little bit. It's a little bit scared of your hand, but it kind of moves away from your hand and it's willing to step onto your other hand. And it seems a little timid still, but you're able to cup your hands together to keep it from getting away and slowly ease your way back out of the store. And Erasto, as you and the shopkeep look up at this happening, shopkeeper is looking down at his hand and then up at you and then back over at the mess made by Nova, Yutala, and Yondu, and says, probably just simplest if we call it even.
If you still want to, display this object, I could inject a preservative that would make that a little easier than if it's alive.
Oh, I don't, not on my account. I mean, it's one thing, it's a curiosity. I'd never seen such a creature before. If it was already taxidermied, I don't have any, sort of moral hazard associated with how it came to be taxidermied, but I don't think I would like that on my conscience, thank you.
Okay,
My hand does feel better, I appreciate that.
you're welcome.
And
And
so,
as
yeah.
Ernesto walks out of the shop, he says, "I think that went well."
Noah's going to get down and get out with as much, as much grace
I meant to do that.
and poise as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might manage that. I am the Oron equivalent of shamefaced as I walk out of the shop.
Yeah.
Hotshot pilot can't walk into a pawn shop.
Well, things are so much farther apart in space.
It's true. Space big. So, as you're all making your way out, your Peacecraft friend has this little critter clasped in their hand. Now what?
I
Is it
could
harming?
inject a preservative so that it doesn't cause any further trouble.
The other
That's
thing,
all right.
the other
Okay.
thing, Erasto, from treating the hand, if it's not otherwise obvious, this thing is substantially venomous.
Well, he's not volunteering to carry it. That's for certain.
Oh yes, so it's just that's something you're certainly aware of. You think probably the Peacecraft couldn't be poisoned by it? Maybe. It's hard to say.
Basket case, what do you plan to do with the creature?
It's kind of scurrying around on your palm in its little
Yeah.
den.
He's cute and he tickles. I think I might keep him.
I've learned not to. I mean, in a short time we have together, learn not to argue with you because you're much taller and bigger than I am.
Well, then I think we need to find something on the order of a cage.
We need to find a pet store. Apparently, is there a pet store on this ball of
Yeah.
rock?
Well, probably. There's not one on your tourist map, but you could find one, I imagine.
Yeah, I think Basket Case opens up his cockpit and just gently places the pink thing inside.
Yeah. So as you're kind of scooping it into your cockpit, what does your cockpit look like when it opens? Does it have like a big canopy? Does it have just little armor plates that slide open, or what?
I think it just has like one little armor plate that slides open on the side, because he's used to having to actually physically pick up the person and give them a hand in, and so it's just and on the inside it looks kind of like a pilot's bay, like if he was like a Starcraft or something. It's got the really nice plush chair that you can sit in for hours and hours and not get your butt doesn't get sore, and it's just a nice dark interior, and with with just a really nice seat, and he said you should be fine in here.
Right. Yeah, as you're kind of easing it into the cockpit, you notice that its eyes are drooping a little bit, and it seems like it's not breathing quite so fast. And then as you close the cockpit, you still can sense what's going on in there because, of course, how would you communicate with your pilot if you couldn't, right? So you have the sense as it kind of turns around and around on the chair a little bit, and then it kind of starts using its claws to tear up this upholstery of your seat just a little bit. But then it kind of curls into a little ball and goes to sleep.
Aw.
That is a much better outcome than I was worried about.
Oh,
Well, we haven't fed it yet, so
also on the list, pet food. Cage and pet food.
The other thing is like none of you knows what this is. None of you have seen anything like it before.
Well, if there isn't anything I needed for, I spotted a shop back there that I'd like to visit.
Well,
It's in the Balm.
oh yeah. All right.
or
It's
the
the
spa.
bomb. It's the bomb. Yeah.
It's the bomb.
It's the bomb. Yeah.
Spa and beauty supply.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, he needs another comb.
She.
She,
Nobody's
sorry.
talking.
My apologies.
Hey, with this much hair, you gotta have a good brush. It's just
Right. I mean, otherwise it's shedding everywhere, and that's just embarrassing. And yeah.
and I mean, I don't want to be an absolute barbarian and use my tongue. It's like that. That's only for the most desperate situations. Purple's are worst.
When you have more privacy. Yeah. Anyway, you make your way to the to this place, and so inside this shop, you definitely see sort of a very tranquil waiting room. There's some like nature sounds playing on the sound system. In fact, actually, let's see if I've got a fun. Yeah, here we go. Different ambiance here. So there's just definitely like sound playing on the speakers of, relaxing music and little nature sounds. And there's some shelves off to one side that clearly have all manner of different, ointments and creams and cream rinses and pastes and abrasives and so on. And behind a counter, you see there's kind of a standard reception counter, but behind it there just is kind of a big wicker basket.
Go look into the basket.
Yes. The basket is swarming with little Ronan beetles that all have um, kind of a glossy paint applied to them, just to the tips of their wings that resembles, if anything, kind of French tipped manicure. But each of the beetles has just a little bit of pink polish applied just to the tip. But the insects of this Ronan come swarming up out of the basket and say, "Greetings to you and welcome to It's the Balm. I am Tervozna. How can I help you today?"
Yes, I was looking for some grooming supplies. I my last set of brushes just, well, it kind of fell apart.
Of
Not the best
course.
quality.
Well, we have a excellent variety of combs available and brushes. Did everyone else come in, or is this just
I think Basket Case is waiting outside.
okay?
Yep, yep.
Yeah,
Same with
I'm
the rest,
having
so-
the people watch.
All right. So, would you like any other sorts of treatment while you're here? We have various conditioners that can leave your coat smooth and silky.
Does I does anybody not have a com badge?
No, we've all got them.
All right. I think Novitola would open and say, I I'm going to be a while if the rest of you wish to go and see other sites.
Well then, I think somebody's gonna be occupied for a while.
All right. So I think while let's stay with Novitella for a little bit. The as you're looking over this like menu of services available, there's sort of the Eno specific section, and there's all sorts of like you know, brushing and grooming, fur treatments, but also things like filing and decorating of the claws and other sorts of like, you know, like teeth cleaning services.
Yeah. She'll definitely take some grooming and brushing and
Sure.
that kind of thing, and have her claws done up a little bit, but her teeth are fine.
So, suffice it to say, receiving this treatment involves having all of these little bugs swarming all over you, because that's how they do it.
Yeah, it's a yeah 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 the as George like the ears twitch and just and but she keeps her cool. It's
So yeah, I would invite everyone listening and or watching to imagine the mental picture of Nova Utala, this very dignified military posture, cat person. What are you wearing? Probably not a uniform, but what something?
it's fairly nice clothing. She it's I'm I'm not personally very good at describing clothes, but
Oh, sure.
it's semi-formal outfits
Okay.
for standard wear.
Nice. So, assuming that unless you wanted treatment of all the fur all over, you could have just sort of the public-facing fur, so to speak.
Well, I think she would go for a go behind the curtain.
Sure.
Get,
All right.
like something like you see like
Yes.
her head down.
Yeah,
her neck
so
down.
the TV version
up.
of this, well, is that we start with that sort of, the neck up image because we imagine there would be nudity, but then as the camera pans down, you are just literally covered in these swarming little insects climbing all over you. And you can see that there's a little trail of them that march over to a little tub of cream and then march back, each holding a little dab. and they just climb all over you. Um, you know, like crawling through your fur and smoothing it out and applying the cream and everything. And while this is happening, you're hearing, "So, are you new to Obzabni?"
And she do response, normal chit chat, like, oh, I've never been here before. Yeah, this is a first time. Delivered some cargo to the or what's a Tyler guy?
So the Cosma Overguild is responsible for like transportation and stuff. And so yeah, you delivered for Zaspar, who is one of the um,
Yeah, just
Overguild bosses.
delivered some cargo for the Overguild. They yeah,
Oh,
and thought I'd treat myself.
that's splendid. You know, Zaspar is actually it's Uh, it's hard to explain in your terms of familial relations, but we are more aligned in our mental synchronicities than many individualized swarms. You might say it's somewhat like cousins.
Ah, well, it's good. And you you sound like you get along well, so that's wonderful.
Well, if you were given the tickets for the Wailing Diva, I definitely recommend you check out the show. They have a lovely act of all Gleans this time of year, and it's really quite a show.
Oh, I do plan on seeing it.
Splendid. So, while that's going on, what are the rest of you doing?
I think Basket Case would have gone a little bit north to the weapons and armor customizations thing,
Okay.
just to see if they have something that maybe they could turn into a cute little basket for his new friend.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm up for that. I'm gonna join
Okay.
Basket Case for that.
So, yeah, as you make your way over there, you head in, and this is one of those shops where there is just all manner of different armaments, all in these fancy racks on the floor, on the walls, and there are lots of stands with different kinds of body armor and personal shield displays, and you also see that the whole back half of the store is clearly devoted to sort of special modifications of various weapons to give them different characteristics, but also just for like decoration and personalization. You know, like if you want your laser pistol to have gold filigree in the handle, then this is the sort of place where you can get that done. And so you make your way in, and there's an old grizzled looking Eno that is wearing what looks like a very faded military uniform jacket, but certainly it's not like buttoned up or anything like that. But she's kind of behind the counter, looks up at all of you, and just says, "Come on in. Can I help ya?"
Yeah, I'll do it.
Just looking for now.
Maybe you can get some bling for your laser sword.
Zuh.
Sword, yes. Bling for your laser swords basket case.
All right. Well, if you need anything, just let me know.
Okay.
So are you looking around for something that you think could be sort of modded into
Yeah.
the cage? Like what are you imagining? Describe what you're kind of thinking here.
Okay, Lee, can I jump in as
Yep.
someone who has been in military surplus stores before?
Yeah.
What
Sure.
you're looking for is an ammo can. Ammo cans. You've probably seen the rectangular ones
Yeah.
that like 223 caliber ammunition comes in, but there's all different shapes and sizes depending on what kind of stuff is going in them.
Uh-huh.
And and they tend to be really sturdy because you don't want things puncturing an ammo can. and they also tend to be watertight. So they're good, very good for storing all kinds of things. And if you're in the workshop of a certain kind of person and you see a few stacked ammo cans, the chances are only about 20% that there's actually anything ammunition related inside them.
Okay.
Because the ones that actually have ammo are stored someplace safe.
Yeah.
So now, I don't. I would love to imagine that in the future, ammunition nobody has to worry about because stray bullets don't cause them to explode. But this is not that kind of science fiction. So I imagine that ammo cans in the future are actually even more sturdy in this situation than they are in the present day. And that's exactly the kind of thing that would be great to store, to house this creature. It's something that they'll have a hard time chewing their way out of.
Might want to mod in some air holes, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that can be arranged.
Yeah.
But,
This is the
but-
exact sort of place where you could have something like that done.
Exactly. And so imagine, if you will, like a plasma grenade case. So maybe hexagonal, about 60 centimeters across, about 30 centimeters high, with these little like cups inside that they would rest in, and a hinged lid, or perhaps one with a motorized hinge, so that you push a couple of buttons and it opens up. And in its yeah, that's and it has all kind. And it's like some drab color. I mean, green would be a little too like on the nose.
Yeah. Well, I think steel gray.
A steel gray,
Yeah.
and it has some kind of halfway worn stencils on it from some military group somewhere that sold these things off as surplus some time ago, and it's been like, and to polish those off would decrease the value, because that's part of what makes an ammo can, is these stenciled on writings and obscure part numbers, and then a list of warnings. After pulling the pin, Mr. Grenade is no longer your friend.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, what I'm imagining though is, if Case picks up one of these things and he's kind of looking at it, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna need some air holes, and I kind of want some windows in there too.
Are you saying this to the proprietor, or you're just muttering it to yourself?
I think I'm saying it to the proprietor. It's like, I got a new pet,
So,
and I need something to protect it.
believe it or not, this is not the first time I've had that request. So, let me show you what I'm thinking here. And she'll kind of heft this case up onto like the workbench, and saying, I figure I can go down here and put a few little air strips right there to make sure you're going to get ventilation coming through there. And we can take this big stretch and put in a nice bit of plexiglass there that you're going to be able to see through and see into, but it doesn't need to be quite so open. That way you can just check on your little critter and whatever they are. And I'm assuming that, like, how big are they? Because obviously it's, you want them to be able to turn around and move a little bit.
He holds up his fingers about that big.
So I'm assuming that what your fingers are doing is approximately correct. The right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this should be fine. In fact, actually, I think what you're realizing is that this sort of the base in there that does have these little depressions where 4 different large grenades could kind of sit. Each one of those, it could kind of rest its little torso in one of those little depressions. And then there's spots for 4 of those. So you feel like there would be enough room for them to be comfortable in there. Yeah. And so Yeah, so give me an hour. I can just drill these out. These little crates are kind of surplus, so I could probably do the mods for you, and I don't know, call it 100 Argent.
Sounds good.
All right. So, is it a deal? Anything? You need anything else while you're here? So, are you carrying your your laser swords basket case? Do you carry them around like on your belt? Or
No, I have special compartments in my thighs where they rest.
Okay,
And so
okay.
they're always with me, but they're generally hidden.
Okay.
You are General Grievous.
That was my inspiration.
Yeah. So just looking around at all of you. So, anything else I can do for y'all while you're here? We got all sorts of standard issue equipment, but as you can see, we both do both cosmetic and functional modifications.
Yondu's kind of studying the laser rifle grips and scopes and add-ons and kind of not touching anything, staying far away after the events of the pawn shop. So he's not going to touch anything, but he's sure looking hard at things.
Sure.
Do you have anything in the way of chemical delivery systems?
Are you looking for something that's long range, or something where you can see the greens of their eyes?
I'm thinking something on the order of a dart gun.
Ah, yeah. Excuse me. My apologies, everyone, that doing that voice is very hard on my throat, apparently, and it makes me cough. So, if you do hear me coughing, I am not ill. I am simply doing a difficult voice. I want everyone to appreciate how much I sacrifice for all of you.
Yes. That is why we come back day after day.
Yes, it's to watch you suffer.
And to listen to the stellar voice acting.
Aw.
Yes.
Aw, shucks. So, this says, yeah, well, I think we do have something along that line. It's going to be something that can, it'll have a range of like 15 units, squares.
Oh yes, I am familiar. There are these lines written on the floor.
Ah, yeah. Yes, exactly. They definitely, there's part of a city ordinance when they're putting out all of these streets is they wanted the grid to reflect, 1 unit per. And
it makes the enforcement of all kinds of regulations much easier when that kind of stuff is laid out very clearly. Unfortunately, they never got around to the regulations. But who am I to judge?
Well, it's also this sort of place. It's like the regulations are kind of neighborhood by neighborhood,
No, I get it. So how much would something like? I'm not looking for anything fancy, just something stock off the shelf. What will that set us back?
So this is not like an existing piece of equipment that's defined, but I'm
Right.
absolutely on board for this. So let's see. I'm just looking to see what the laser pistol is 500 Argent. And I feel like
Okay.
this is something that's I will say
I would say what I'm
Okay.
looking for is something that gives me an excuse to be able to try to impose conditions at range.
yes, no, I'm on board with this. Is that because this is a game where you can use all manner of different skills as long as you can justify it. Something like this would give you justification to do things at range that might not make sense in the fiction if you didn't have a device like this, right?
Right.
So
Right.
yeah, so on that basis, I think that just having it be the same price as like a laser pistol makes sense to me. Are you
Okay.
happy with that price with that range? I mean, we can talk about it. We're making up a piece of equipment.
I don't have enough information about the game system to be able to say if that seems reasonable to you, then that's
So
fine.
it does.
But
Let's
in
say
the
what.
context of the fiction, since that's a fairly significant quantity, I wouldn't want to pull from the party's funds without having without checking in.
Well, you got two of your fellow crew members right there in the room with you.
Right. So, so, Erasto holds up this particular device and says, "So, this is a chemical projection device of looks like a quite useful design. What do you say, guys? 500? Are you willing to take 500 out of our budget for this? It will certainly make it easier to handle certain situations."
Just don't shoot George, and we'll be fine.
I will not shoot George unless you ask me to,
It's
or otherwise imply that it's necessary.
you
Like,
need to protect yourself, just like the rest of us.
oh,
Do I
no,
know that you
already,
have guns or
I
any?
already have completely mundane and ordinary weapons. I just don't have anything that fits my own personal
Skill set?
theme.
Theme. Okay.
So I was thinking that this would be an appropriate thing, given that I am in fact a practical biochemist.
Who can attack? Who will now be able to attack at range? Fair enough.
Well, I could before, but this
Yeah.
is
Not effectively.
Sure. Well, it's the difference between being able to inject someone at range versus shooting them with a laser blast.
right.
Not the same
And
thing.
I find that injecting people with chemicals is generally speaking more effective than shooting them with lasers.
For you.
It's a more adaptable situation. It's just yeah.
All right.
So okay. So we will how do we handle those kinds of payments? Do we have to like go back to the ship?
No, well, so
or
what?
get the
No,
argument?
no. They're basically they have like computerized, sort of banking equivalents that, you can
Okay.
you can have it sort of direct deposited, so to speak.
Okay.
Just for
I'll,
narrative
I'll,
convenience.
I'll update our
Okay.
funds.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah. if
And
guys
you know what?
wanna
We also need
check
to take the 100 for
George's cage.
the
Yep.
bugs.
On it.
All
Okay.
right. So,
Oh, and what was the charge for the animal cage?
that was 100, right?
Okay.
That was on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we spent 600 here.
Okay, so this Lee's character, whose name I can't remember because we haven't really done much with it.
Basket case.
Basket case, of course. Well, basket case, you've got something, and I've got something. So I guess Paul, your character is the last one who's not gotten something personal as a reward for our recent success.
Unless you count, of course, paying for the pawn shop kablooey. In which
We
case, that's what.
No,
No.
that we weren't charged for that.
Yeah,
As for services rendered.
yeah.
Oh.
He decided not to make trouble about that because I had fixed his hand.
Oh,
Yeah, and I got rid of the critter.
I haven't thought of anything yet. Neither as Yandu, but we'll keep his ears open for an opportunity to buy something. So I'll hold that marker in reserve for the moment.
All right. So, if you all would like, we can say if there's anywhere else that you want to visit, we can do that, or we can say, kind of just walk around and kill the afternoon until it's time to go to the Wailing Diva. Presuming that you do want to do that, you don't have to.
Yeah, I think that once the thing is ready, Basket Case would make a trip back to the ship to install the cage and the critter with it.
Okay.
Just so that he's
Something that it can eat, I think.
yeah.
Yes.
And then maybe make a stop by the fusion truck and say, "Got a critter. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it eats. What do you suggest?"
Well, I'm actually going to before you go, I actually want to do some research and try and figure out what it is that this thing might eat. So,
You're not going to take a sample of its blood, are you?
well, not if I don't have to. I mean, we've already established that it's a little bit dangerous. So,
Yeah, and my point exactly.
I would rather not have to do that if I can avoid it. So,
Yeah.
Well, the one thing that you do know as a Glean is that you are naturally immune to poisons.
oh, that's right, I
Okay.
am. Okay, so
Okay.
but I also don't want it to like,
I mean, it
skid
still might
around to
hurt
the
if
tip
it
and
bites you. It just because you wouldn't get poisoned, you don't really want it to bite you anyway.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to see if I can figure out what it eats.
Okay.
So do a skill roll for it.
Yeah. Let's call this a complexity 4 to just like figure it out,
Ooh.
as opposed to
Okay.
having to trial and error a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try and determine, like, from its dentition and metabolic rate and those sorts of things. Kind
Sure.
of make some educated guesses as to what its diet might consist of. So I'm rolling on knowledge, which
Okay.
is kind of iffy for complexity 4, but hey, let's see what happens.
All right. Okay, so that's a failure. Let's try the failure prompt. There's a whole table here where we can roll and see if one of the suggestions it has will seem interesting. So
This sounds like oracles from Ironsworn.
yeah, a little bit. So you lose all hope.
Oh no!
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 Wow.
George.
Oh my!
Okay, no, so so let's interpret this is that I think what you discover is that this thing makes no sense. It has all sorts of different seemingly contradictory biological features and mechanisms that just it like you are having trouble even comprehending how such a creature could ever come to exist, much less what it eats specifically. And it is just so confounding that I think that you are going to temporarily have on your knowledge, you're going to have a minor condition on your knowledge skill right now. So the way that works is you open up your character sheet.
I see that. I have added it. Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so what that means is that for the duration of you having this minor condition, your die size for your knowledge skill, which is a D6, will temporarily be treated as a D4. That's how that works. But conditions.
But it still counts as having rolled a D6. Right? On the die used.
Yes,
section?
yes, that's correct. Yeah. So as far as like so the reason everyone's keeping track of which die sizes they've rolled is that once you have rolled a D4, a D6, a D8, a D10, and a D12, you get what's called a Nova point, which allow you to do cool stuff. So let me just briefly looking up conditions. So conditions. Let's see. Trying to see when there's a thing of how. Oh yeah. So you know that this minor condition, if you just don't do anything at all about it, it'll last for a day and then just get better by itself.
Okay.
If you were to spend time and money on it, it would cost the equivalent of an hour and 250 argent to make it go away. But you also have your special ability that you could theoretically try using on it if you like. To remove it.
No. I think it's more entertaining if Erasto is walking around kind of muttering to himself. It's like, it's impossible. It doesn't make any sense at all. and just kind of distracted by
Yeah.
the illogic of how this creature could possibly, and even if it was designed on purpose, why would anyone do this? This makes no sense whatsoever. And he's just kind of muttering to himself the whole time. That's how this condition manifests.
So I would like to suggest we have a brief insert shot of Erasto pacing back and forth, muttering in the background while Basket Case talks to Chef at the Fusion truck.
Yes.
And Chef suggests that they give you sort of a little grab bag of a bunch of different kinds of things. And you just see which one it eats.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think that you end up with sort of a like a grab bag of meats, proteins, veggies, starches, etc.
Maybe even a couple of metal filings and crystal shavings and.
Just in case.
Yeah. Here, little critter, do you want to eat these metal shavings? It's
Well, if he
probably
was a, what was it? The little bug things.
Yeah,
If he was the
Vornan.
little bug things, they would be all over that.
Exactly, that's what they like. Do you present those right away? Are you leaving this little critter? Is George the official name, by the way?
Yes, George is
Okay.
the official name.
Splendid. So do you leave George in the cage back at the ship, or are you just setting up the cage there?
I'm going to leave George in the cage back at the ship and put a blanket over him because
Okay.
he kind of likes the darkness.
All right. So I think as you are in the process of doing that, we haven't shown the ship yet in game. So I think you are on your ship, the Bolt. Let's actually switch over to that screen, and you can decide where you're putting this cage. So we currently don't have anyone else on the ship. Where are you putting the cage?
We don't really have very many nooks and crannies that it would be good for.
Oh, we've got lots of nooks and crannies.
Well, and remember
Yeah.
too, as we established, the visual of this, beyond our, our two-dimensional map, is that this is like the upper deck of a ship with a big force field over it that makes it as though it's open. But then there's a below decks that is there's not a lot of space to do stuff there, but there's good for storage and other just sort of miscellaneous odds and ends that wouldn't ever be on camera.
Right.
Okay.
But if we want this thing to be on camera, we definitely want it
Right.
up on the
How about just this? If it doesn't need to be in a specific, tile square like the bed is like right there. How about?
Yeah, I mean,
This-
it doesn't have to go in a customizable module. Just put it anywhere
Yeah.
in the ship you'd like
I
it to
think
be.
like right here.
Okay.
Yeah, looks good to me.
All right. Let's...
I can try and draw it, but
No, well, I'll just have it be this kind of green square for now.
okay.
And we can make it look fancier at some point too.
Okay.
And in fact, I will actually go ahead and
Oh,
Oh my god.
so I think as you are installing this, what our viewers would see is it looks like one of those plasma ball lamps, but about 3 feet in diameter and sort of rolling along the ground towards you. And as it sort of rolls up next to you and is sort of glimmering with this ethereal light, you hear the voice of Mew, your ship's MI, just say, "You've made a friend, Basket Case."
I hope so. His name is George.
Why is his name George?
He looks like a George. rather than a Martha.
That is an acceptable reason.
Thank you. I don't know what he eats, but he should be safe in here. He is venomous though. So our fleshier compatriots might be at risk if he gets out.
I will watch him.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh,
And now I have Plasma Ball versus George, and they're just sitting there staring at each other, communing through the plexiglass.
Yeah. So, back in the city here. Is everyone kind of? Anyone else have other business that you would want to account for before we head to the nightclub? Assuming that is something you want to do.
because I have though we haven't been there. I have this mental fifth element image because you said the wailing diva. Yes, I definitely want to go to the nightclub.
Yes,
Even if
yes.
it doesn't look
Oh, yeah.
like that. That's
This
the
is
image.
exactly the kind of entertainment that the Rosto is used to. So he's definitely going to go to that.
So the one thing that I'll just mention that you pass by at a certain point is that this place that's called Respectful Recycling. As you pass by, what you see is that it's actually a little bit like a bodega convenience store that has lots of refrigerated cabinets. But it's very obvious that inside each of these cabinets is a corpse of a humanoid. And you realize that this is a sort of thrift store for corpses for Zivoi to inhabit. Because Zivoi are these slug-like species, but one of the things that they can do is sort of squeeze into and reanimate the corpses of other species and then pilot them around. And so there are signs on the windows of this saying that they're licensed by the Egan and Senshal Overguilds. And then there's a handwritten sign that has sort of scrawled that says, "We do not buy murder victims."
No, there's a story in that hand-scrolled sign. For sure.
Yeah.
Someone
So-
tried to sell a murder victim.
Yeah. So you don't have to necessarily go in there. There's not necessarily any business you have there as much as I think that you would have noticed it walking by.
Oh,
Yep.
definitely.
Yeah. All right. So I think as you're all making your way down to the Wailing Diva, I think you're a little early in standing outside when you are approached by a few Ulrun that look like they're all wearing sort of identical leather jackets and sunglasses, and they think they look really cool.
Uh-huh. So how does our Eno look after her time in the spa?
Oh, very smooth and silky.
Oh yes, yes.
So, what do you guys think about having uniforms?
I'm kind of dressed in a quasi-pilot's uniform. I nicely crisp and try to give as much presence in a piloty sort of way. So I like uniforms.
Right, but I mean for the four of us.
It gets caught in my gears, so I'll pass.
To be
Well, I
honest,
mean, in
I've
your
had
case, I think a nice coat of paint in the right color would probably do, just to have like a kind of a group theme thing going on, like these gentlemen over here.
to be honest, I've had plenty of experience with uniforms, and it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Well, and so as it happens, when your attention is drawn to these Ulran, you see that they actually seem to be coming straight for you guys. And they're not like overly aggressive, but they're definitely doing like the tough guy I'm coming to talk to you attitude. You know, that, like, and so they approach and they kind of look all of you over and just say, "You the crew that brought in those crystals for the Overguild?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, yeah. You're the ones that made the sale? Uh huh. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, since it seems like you're so good at selling those crystals, seems only fair that you should sell the ones that we brought too. So we could go ahead and offload the ones that we brought, and then finding someone to buy them is your problem."
I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible.
Well, see, here's the thing though. We spent a lot of money on these crystals, and now just because we got held up in the docking red tape, and you got through for some reason, and he does like finger quotes for some reason, like he's implying there's some sort of a corruption there.
Well, it doesn't mean there wasn't.
Well, I'm just saying that he, like, I would say that even if there was, how would this guy know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is, he's implying that there was. And he's just sort of saying, this doesn't have to be a thing. You're good at selling these crystals, and you'll sell them no problem. We'll sell them to you at the cost that we paid for them. We're just, we're already out the time, but we'll let that slide. But in the meantime, we got a cargo hold full of these things, and we think it's only fair that since you took the sale price out of our hands, that you take these crystals off ours.
I'm
And-
sorry, we're not interested.
So I'm looking for, I think, a complexity 3 to basically persuade these guys to leave you alone.
All right, I guess since I'm the one doing the talking, I guess that will be me, and I'm going to try to basically show myself up and present and project my presence to try to
Sure.
get these guys back off.
All right.
Is there a way to actually to help, like give assistance?
I'm trying to. There
But there's
is.
advantages, but yeah, but how does it?
Yeah.
There's
Let's say for now that. Gosh, you know what? That's a very good question. Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can find really quick. Assist. That's a special ability. Aid. I'm just doing a quick search of the rules here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, thank you. In the chat, we have if a player can give a good way that they would help, they reduce the complexity of the check by 1. Makes sense.
Hi.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so how would you be helping? Just
We were
backing
told
up
it
with
would be
attitude.
be standing, very much military posture, and with and she would actually have her laser sword on her hip, and basically it's like, it's like, if you give us trouble, we will return it, and just
Okay. Yeah. So I'd say that reduces the complexity to from 3 to 2.
All right, let's give this a shot.
All right. Yeah. So I think with the two of you, they're just not intimidated at all by their tough guy approach. There's this moment where you watch their facade of the angry, oh, we're so tough, coming into make you pay us for these crystals, and their staring contest and your staring contest. They're starting to sweat a little bit. Well, it's fine. We just thought, maybe you'd want another opportunity to sell more crystals. Yeah, so like I guess you're not interested. So okay, bye now. And then they break and they sort of walk away.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So as you head into the nightclub, uh, I don't have a map for it, but it's basically a pretty uh, trendy venue here. It's very new and sort of fancy. You discover that your little coupon gets you past the normal line that other people are having to wait in. And there's a driftling bouncer with a huge bulky Kithuk body, which, like I said, these big sort of insect-like four-armed people, an Eno head, and then the Glean feathery antenna sticking out instead of hair on the head. And they sort of nod you through. There's a bar, there's lots of tables, and there's a dance floor. But instead of a traditional stage, there is an enormous force field that's clearly walling off what seems to be an enormous aquarium. But you can see it's not like physical glass, it's just a force field. But beyond the force field, it is clearly completely full of water, and it has all sorts of, aquatic stage decorations.
Shiny.
So, the what do each of you get to drink, if anything?
I don't think Basket Case gets anything to drink, and I don't think that he is gonna go dancing. There might be Peacecraft already on the floor, but it's like, yeah, no, we've done delicate stuff today already. It's probably better not to.
Well, I can imagine that for Peacecraft, like they have like instead of drinks, they have like charge boxes where it's like you get a pleasant pleasant tingly feeling that, and it's like not something that'll get you drunk, but it's like something enjoyable.
Yeah. Pleasant sensory sensation experience. Yeah. What about anyone else? Anyone else getting something from the bar?
Something non-alcoholic, fizzy, perhaps a little cloying, maybe a tiny bit of medicine tasting. Yes, I'm describing space root beer. So.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right.
Nobody told we'll get something that's lightly alcoholic and tasty.
Nice.
Problem with alcohol is it makes you a worse pilot, or makes you think you're a better pilot than you are. And that's no good.
All right.
Erasto will order something that to any other species would be a deadly poison.
There's probably stuff for yours.
A hemlock surprise, if you will.
Yeah. So the bartender, who is a Zivoi in a Kithuk body, so you see that the body would be a Kithuk that looks alive, except for the eyes are sort of glowing white in a sign that's typical of a Zivoi inhabiting a body. They technically don't have to make the eyes glow, but it's considered polite. But in any case, you see that as they turn around to get that particular poison, it's in a special little section of the bar where you see them have to reach through a little force field and then trace a little sigil that says, yes, it's for a Glean, before they can take the bottle out.
They put on a protection suit and a welding mask. Sparks coming out of it.
Yeah. So the you get your drinks, and the performance is very striking and beautiful. It's a bunch of Gleans that do they do sing, but it's also accompanied by kind of a synchronized swimming dance It's sort of very hypnotic as they dance around each other with their various little feathery, antenna and tentacles all around. And the force field you see is clearly blocking only the water because the gleam can actually come in and out of it at will. And they occasionally do come out of it and sort of dance around with the patrons around the tables and then back in to the water. And it's very beautiful.
I'm reminded of the Mon Cala opera from Star Wars.
Oh, there you go.
Where,
Yeah.
with the talk with the Palpatine and Anakin.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that works.
The bartender leans over and is like, have you ever heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I love that one. I get laughs with that all the time. Yeah. So it's a pretty good evening. And so the show is good and it's pretty uneventful. But as you are sort of the show's getting out and you're all kind of spilling onto the streets outside, off in the direction, this direction on the map leads to some wider streets. These are all like pedestrian street areas, but there are some streets outside for larger vehicles and that sort of more business. But as you are emerging out from this, this club, as you set foot in the street, the loud music of the wailing diva fades and is replaced by screams. People of all shapes and sizes run from a spacecraft that has landed in the road. It sounds as if there is panic throughout the entire city.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, so
We should go
you
see
hear
what's
the
going
ship that has landed nearby, but there's actually screams coming from all over.
Yeah. Well, Basket Case is going to run toward Screams.
Yeah, so will
Or
nobody.
to the ship.
I knew we had a party full of adventurers who would do that sort of thing. So let's bring us over to this other map. And it is taking a long time to load. Are all of you seeing this map? You should be
Yes.
near the bottom of it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Not quite yet. It's a.
I mean,
There it is.
yeah, okay. So, all of you are on the city street. If you look way up, there is the, this is a large map. So there is a ship there, and then this group of people that are up near this other intersection. So you're seeing them at some remove right now, right? So you're like a block away. But as you are landing there, you see that the spaceship that landed in the street is emblazoned with images of a rising sun. And there are 4 people in hooded yellow robes, and they seem to be dragging along a well-dressed Kithuk, dragging him toward the ship. And he is utterly overpowered and just screaming in terror. And then there are 2 other figures in green robes, and one of them, who is in Eno, shouts at the crowd and says, "You will not fear Gulmuk if you learn to hear his word. Those who do not convert will die in fire. Come with us or burn. Either way, you shall enter Gulmuk's light." And then he holds up his hands, and his hands look like they're on fire. Like flames coming from his hands.
great. Religious cultists with magical powers. Okay, then. This can't stand. We're not going to let somebody get kidnapped off the street.
Yeah.
We're standing here. At least I'm.
That's
Okay.
All right. Is everyone ready to play some Burn Bryte combat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
We shall give it a shot.
Okay, so here's how this works. Burn Bryte combat each round takes place in 3 phases. Phase 1 is I have all of the enemies declare what they intend to do. And they don't do it yet. I just say what they're planning to do, right? Then in phase 2, each of you take your actions, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But then, once you have all completed your actions, in phase 3, the enemies will complete any of their tasks that they had declared that you have not disrupted in some way with your own actions. All right? So, for this start, right now, the declaration is that these 4 in the yellow robes are going to continue dragging the Kithuk with them toward the ship. And then the other 2 in the green robes are continuing. The one that was speaking is continuing to give his whole speech, and the other one is just kind of on the lookout for trouble. So that's all that they're doing this round, because you guys haven't really approached to make yourself known yet. But so now that has happened, that's phase 1. In phase 2, you all decide what order you're going to go in. We decide up front before you take your actions what order, but it can be in any order, and it will be different every round. So it might be that it's Nova Utala first this time, but next round you might decide Erasto goes first. But you decide in advance who's going to go in what order. And then when it's your turn, you can take as many actions as you would like, but each action increases in complexity. So your first one will always be complexity 2, second one complexity 3, third one complexity 4, etc. And you go until you have failed a roll. Or you can choose to stop prior to failing a roll, but obviously that means you're doing less stuff. So those actions could include attacks of your own, defending against an attack on you, performing some other action to try to gain advantages, and so on. The other pieces that you should know is there's something called collapse points that I start with 2 of, and I can get one anytime you fail a roll. I can choose to have there be no consequence on you at the gaining of a collapse point for me, and that lets me activate stuff for the enemies. Like I can have them change what they were originally doing, or I can have them do an extra attack, that sort of thing. And then advantages, you can do tasks to gain advantages, and some of your special abilities are based on advantages. So, with that said, who wants to take their turn first?
Well, I'd like to take my turn first because I have
Okay.
some ideas.
All
I
right.
want to try some stuff out. First, I would like.
So we need to decide the order of the 4 of you
Oh,
before
okay.
you take
Okay.
the actions. Yeah.
Okay. I've got an idea of what Basket Case is going to do, so I'll go after
Okay.
Erasto.
And would I have both the weapons I have on me? It's like
I mean, is there any reason you wouldn't have had them?
probably not. No.
Local law. Well, the only thing I could think of is local laws, or.
Now people
But
carry
you
their
already
weapons
pointed
around
out
here.
this is a pretty wild place, so yeah, I think we're all
Okay.
armed as we should be.
Okay, so yeah, I think
Okay.
Nova would go after Basket Case.
All right then. So, Erasto, you're first up. You have a free movement that you can move 5 squares that is part of any turn. If you want to move more than that, you can, but it takes a skill roll.
Okay. So I'm going to move my. Okay, this object with the red glowy part. What? How big is that? Big enough to hide behind? Is that a fairly tall object? Is that
Yes,
a vehicle?
it's like a vehicle, so you could hide behind that
Okay.
for sure.
Looks like it crashed into a lamppost. I think
Yeah.
that's what it's supposed to have done. All right. So I'm going to take my 5 movement.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5.
All right.
And I would like to use my streetwise skill to give me a positive condition on my stuff.
Okay. Do you have a special ability that does that?
No, okay.
So the way that you do what you're kind of thinking, I think, is that you do a roll to say you're putting yourself in position to have an advantage, and then advantages can be used to either power certain abilities that say they need an advantage, or allow you to re-roll any die. and it's a shared pool, but you can only have up to 4 because that's your ship livability rating.
Okay. All right. So I want to use Streetwise to gain an advantage. Basically, I want to look around what's going on and notice something that might be useful to me.
Right.
And exactly what it is, I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's the first thing I want to do.
Sure. So roll your Streetwise at a complexity 2, and if you succeed, then you gain an advantage point.
Okay. So it's not a condition, it's an advantage. Okay, got it.
Right. All
Okay.
right. So you succeed. That means that the party has 1 advantage point.
Okay.
And I'm tracking them on
So
the turn
advantage
order
points
here.
are always communal.
Yes.
Okay. I see how it works. I see how it works. Okay. And my next
I mean, you can choose to stop whenever you like.
right, no. I want to get to a Nova point, so I'm trying to figure out a way to use one of my
Yeah.
one of my eight-sided skills here, because that's the only one I have left. Let's see. Let me look up what decorum is, like keeping cool, right?
So decorum is like politeness and protocol and manners and that sort of thing.
Okay.
But
all right.
I would buy decorum for something like this. Like if you wanted to use decorum as your skill roll to get another movement of 5 squares, I would buy that on the basis that in some places it is considered very polite for people, like when dealing with the upper class or something, to not be, like to approach silently and be where you need to be without causing disruption or attention to yourself, drawing attention to yourself.
Okay. So moving with the smoothness of someone on a fancy dance floor. Arasto continues scuttling along the ground.
Well, that's what you're trying to do anyway. Let's do the roll and see how that goes.
And complexity 3, and that's
All right,
also a
it's
pass.
a success. So you can move another 5 squares.
2, 3, 4. Okay, so what I figure is that there's this downed parking meter type thing, and Arasto is taking cover there. What I'm thinking is that kind of taking cover thing would be something that's actually a skill roll that would be run when somebody's actually attacking him. I can't. I mean, I could use a skill roll to add another advantage, I guess.
That's what I was just going to say, is that you could essentially do a roll that is like, I'm hiding, and what you gain is an advantage point.
Okay, all right. Rather than, I've got my Nova point that I wanted, and rather than take the risk of failing at something, because we're up to difficulty 4, complexity 4, which is starting to have a significant chance of failure. You know what? Actually,
push your luck.
I'm going to
that's the whole mechanic here.
I'm gonna go one more.
All right.
I'm gonna roll perception to notice something that is to our advantage, like something overhead that could be shot at and caused to fall on people, or something like that. So,
okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna make one more roll. I'm gonna roll in perception. This is complexity 4, correct?
Yep, correct.
Oh!
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh, that's a triple.
Well, so the game mechanic doesn't actually specifically have different rules for a triple compared to a double, but
Luckily.
it is nonetheless a failure. So let's do another roll on our failure table. Something bad infects an ally. So I think in this context, what happens is you're looking around and you're kind of peering over this parking meter thing, and it's not that and then you accidentally you don't realize that because the ship crashed into it, it's damaged. So as you touch the end of it, it falls off and goes clunk, clunk, clunk on the sidewalk. And they don't
Okay.
see you, but the noise makes this one turn around and and look back in this direction and see the rest of your group.
Okay.
And so I'm going to spend a collapse point to have him change his declared action. Let me just measure. Yeah.
Oops.
So yeah.
Oh.
Let me pull up his NPC sheet here.
And that probably should be effects, not infects.
Well, no, it infects is what it has as part of the table, but I'm interpreting.
Oh, okay. I know maybe there was a typo, or you were broadening out. Okay.
Okay.
I figure the roll table is more for inspiration than
Exactly.
a hard
It's
test.
like the Ironsworn oracles. It's intended that you read the text there and kind of interpret what it might mean. And so what happens is that this green cloaked this is a Kithuk in this particular one, and you'll note as I zoom in on these enemies that they each have their own little indicator with a color and a shape that's first meant to indicate which species each is, but also by using that token I can say this is the pink Kithuk indicator. And so when he looks this way and decides that he's going to attack Yondu, what I do is I can put that same indicator on Yondu, which means that you have an attack coming your way that you will need to either avoid or disrupt in some way in order to not take damage.
Okay.
All right, so, and I spent a collapse point in order to change the declared action. That's how that works.
Okay.
So, that is the end of Erasto's turn. Basket case. What about you?
All right. So he is going to take his 5 movement, and I think he can get to here. Yeah, basket. It's a little. He's a little big.
Yeah.
So that's just his free movement. I think.
Trying to decide the best zoom here.
let's-
It'll be better
let's
once
see.
everyone's a little closer in.
Yeah. And that's pretty much what he's trying to do. He was going to try and stealth it, but noisy squishies are noisy.
Right. Well, and remember too that what I declared for the ones in the yellow cloaks is that they're going to keep dragging the Kithuk with them. So unless one of you does something that might change, like interfere with that or change what they're doing, like that's what they're doing.
Okay. And so what I think the general thing that he wants to do is to get in front of them. I don't know if he'll be able to do that this turn.
Well, it depends on how many actions you want to try to take. So you got your free movement. So
Yeah.
you can make a difficulty 2 skill roll to move another 5 squares.
Yeah.
And then a difficulty 3 to move another 5, for example.
Okay. Let's see. I want to. I'm going to use perform
Okay.
to run another 5 units. And get on top.
Well,
And get on top of this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Well, can't quite get on top
you might
of it.
need a third one to do that.
Yeah,
But you can run up to where you're behind it.
yeah. So let me do that.
Okay. So try your perform.
All right. Perform difficulty 2.
Yeah.
Roland Z.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I think let's try another failure macro. The latest success of an ally is undone. Um, okay. I think that it's perhaps poetic that you sort of stumble as you're starting to move further, and the scraping noise it makes this other green cloaked one look over to say, "What was that sound?" And that one sees Erasto hiding behind the parking.
oh dear.
I think that one does have line of sight. Let's see. Yeah. So I think that I'll spend my other collapse point to have him change his attack.
Oh, and I've already gone, so I can't take any actions to defend myself.
Yeah, but one of your fellows can.
All
right, but that is the end of Basket Case's turn. That's an unlucky roll for that first turn.
Oh
So,
wow.
Nova, Itala, it is your turn, but you see that the green cloaked ones seem to have focused on two of your friends, and their hands are glowing with fire, and they're getting ready. They're doing like a.
Yeah. Okay.
Be a hero.
Gonna use. Oh, come on. Okay. Gonna move up to here. Gonna try. Use stealth to get an advantage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Good.
So that's another advantage. So that's 2 advantages in the pool.
Okay. And.
So describe. So you're just moving stealthily. Is that kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Away from the place where they have focused their attention.
Yeah. Like
Right.
I'm not with them.
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'd
This is
I'd actually recommend going up the outside just because you have more cover. Like if you go
Wow.
behind Basket Case and get onto that other sidewalk, you've got pretty much line of sight cover until you get to like here.
No, the thing is, like, I have the laser sword on my belt. I also have a laser rifle,
Mm-hmm.
which I think I'm going to take a pew pew at this
The
this guy.
The nearer one. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
pink
So that is your laser rifle. What is the range of it?
40.
40. So you're well within range then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So go
a-
ahead and what skill are you using for this attack?
Range.
Because ranged obviously is one that you can use, but it doesn't have
Yeah.
to be. So which is I think neat, but
I know.
certainly nothing
I
wrong
just
with
wanna-
using the obvious one, especially if you're good at it
Sure.
like you are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
There we go.
Nice. So you so here's a question, and because this is all new to us, you can have this attack be to do damage, or if you wanted, you could have it be covering fire to disrupt the attack he was about to do.
I would gladly do covering fire.
Okay. All right. So what this is it's not to hit him, it's to make him go, "Huh? What?" and
Yeah.
and lose his attack. All right. Yeah, so that's a success. That works. So he was the one that was going to attack Yondu. So that attack disrupted. No longer going to happen.
Okay,
Okay.
so unless something like that
Huh?
success becomes undone, I am not going to get shot this when
Correct.
it comes to Brown.
The one that was going to shoot you has his attack disrupted.
Okay, so okay, so I was ready to like duck and hide, but
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't,
now
no
you don't have
longer
to. But
duck and hide.
but for example, Erasto has one coming his way still. So you might.
Right.
So Uh,
Pay it forward if you want.
Oh yeah,
I-
it is. It is still your turn,
yeah.
Yeah.
David. If you want to do something else,
Yep.
pressure luck or not.
I think. Gonna. Huh. I think. Power. That is a. What? What is that
Power
skill?
would usually be like physical strength.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm.
I mean, what are you wanting to try to do?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I want to try and see if I can disrupt that other person
Okay, so
attack.
let's talk a little bit about it. So, like, one of the things that I really like about the rule system in this game is it has advice for the GM that says, if the skill justification makes even a little bit of sense, let it happen because that's fun. And so, in that sense, we can sort of talk through it. But from the player standpoint, I know that you guys are always going to have two competing impulses, right? One is what makes sense in the fiction, and the other is how do I use this weird skill that I haven't used yet so I get a Nova point, right? So
Yeah.
there's always going to be that balance, and that's fine. That's part of the game. That's fun. So the question in this case, though, is physical strength, but you're so far away. If you wanted, perhaps it could be something like you're just using your physical strength to huck a rock at that guy.
Right. That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
Well, I actually. What is it? What's? That's. Yeah. That. Okay.
I mean,
Not
the thing
too-
is, where how far away it is, like, like what we're talking about is, like, you are a strong character, you're going to try to huck a rock at that guy. So, like, the difficulty is built in. You can try doing it that way if you want, or something else.
My thought is like, basically, it's like gotta take a very, because I want to make sure I get that person. I have to, I have to take very careful aim, and laser rifle's not exactly a light
Well,
weapon.
you can't arc the laser rifle. If you want to throw that over the
Well,
other ones to hit the guy in the back, right? You need to. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, do a aim between.
Well, okay. So you can
Okay,
do
I guess-
however you want. I'm just saying that I don't think power makes sense for a laser rifle. But if you're wanting
Okay.
to throw a rock, like, that makes sense for power, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you
I
can
can
do
use
whatever
this-
you want. It's
Well, I
I'm
can
just,
use the same skill again.
yeah.
It's just,
You can
So-
use the same skill over and over if you want. You just don't build Nova points that way.
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and just do ranged again because
Yeah. Okay.
that
So
one
now
is
you're
difficult.
trying to shoot the other guy for the same disruptive sense, right? You
Yeah.
have to- yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So complexity 4.
Oh,
Yeah. So
Dang.
here's an example that I'm going to show the mechanic. Instead of giving you a consequence this time, you do miss, but I get another collapse point.
okay.
Right? That's how I get collapse points. Is essentially I can choose to gain a collapse point instead of giving you a consequence. So the
Okay.
consequence is that I get a collapse point. All right.
Well, that's the end of my turn.
Yep. All right, Yandu, you're up.
Okay, so first of all, I'll make my five move and go here.
Okay.
Okay, so
So
technical question.
we're not gonna save Ernesto. Ernesto.
Well, let
Yeah,
let him decide what his own moves are going to be
because-
first.
So I,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how to draw those ranging lines on in Roll 20.
If you look at the thing that looks like a little bit of a Q on its side with the circle and the little thing sitting out, you can click on that and it becomes a ruler.
It's the fourth button down.
The force button.
no. So there's in your little toolbar, there's the select arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So the little thing that it looks like a circle with a thing sticking out of the upper right.
Yeah. Snap to center, snap to corner, no
Yes.
snapping. Short.
Just the top one. Snap to center is fine. What?
Oh, that's not what I want to do. I want
Okay.
to do this. Anyway, I'm trying to see if I can
There you go.
hit this guy. I need to actually
So
Alright.
with what?
with a laser rifle.
With the laser rifle, yeah, that's 22 squares, and I believe your laser rifle is 40 squares.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm basically going to try to do what my companion did for me
Sure,
for
yeah.
Ernesto, and basically shoot at this guy to try to
Great.
get covering fire to save his.
You
save
can
him.
definitely do that, or you can try it. At least we'll see if you
I will
can.
try it with
If you
range.
succeed.
The
Okay.
complexity 2 because I haven't taken any actions.
Yes.
My first action.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
So I succeed.
Yes.
So yep.
So once again, you have the two of you with your snipey snipes have disrupted both of those attacks.
And so far, this looks like a bunch of stormtroopers because there's lots of shooting and nobody's gotten hit.
Well, you know,
I'm trying to keep you from
it's,
being hit, yeah.
This is suppressing fire.
No,
Um,
it makes those fights in Star Wars look a whole lot more plausible.
Right? Yeah, all of the bolts going everywhere is meant to be confusing and disorienting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, I read something like, not that I'm an expert in any of this, but I've read something like 98% of shells or bullets fired in a battle are just like to try to get the other guy to stay in cover.
Yep.
And it makes sense.
Yeah. So in any case, you have succeeded with that. What would you like to do next? Would you like to take another action?
I would like to take I would like to make another move action, try to get up behind this thing here.
Yeah.
So that would be. So I'd have to pick a skill and roll it at difficulty
Correct.
3, correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's go. With, I don't have a D8 that's useful, even though that'd be helpful. So I'm just gonna have to go with.
I have
Yeah.
a question.
Go ahead.
If you change the size of a die, like if I used an advantage to raise a die size.
That's not what advantages do. What
Oh,
advantages do is, let's say, oh, well, you know what? With some of the, I maybe should have made a point of this when we had the fails. When you fail a roll, like this last failed roll from Nova Utala with the 2 6s, you could choose to spend an advantage to roll the d12 again and see if you get a different number.
Oh, that's right. You get rerolls.
Yeah, so
But-
I should have mentioned that because you could have used those 2 advantages you have in the pool to do that. But let's just keep moving forward.
Okay.
That is
I
what you
understand
can
that.
use advantages for, in addition to special abilities.
But let's say you're using a skill that has a condition on it,
Yeah,
whether it's positive or negative,
right.
and it changes the size. When you roll that, for the dice used,
For the-
does it
yeah.
count as the die you actually rolled or the one you were originally going to roll?
It counts as its original size.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to lay down more covering fire to be able to advance. So I'm basically use range to move.
Okay, yeah, no, that works.
So
Do
range
you
to
yell
difficulty
suppressing fire?
Yeah. I'm suppressing fire for myself, or trying
Alright,
to anyway.
yeah.
Let's find out how it works.
All right, you succeed. You
So I
suppress
move-
the fire and you
Up,
move
I
another.
gotta get back to regular thingy and move me 5 squares.
Mhm.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Like so.
Exactly.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Okay, so you're choosing to end your turn without.
Right.
Without.
We've already had
canceling
enough
those.
fails this first
Yeah,
round.
no,
I'm
no,
not
that's
gonna end
fine.
my-
I'm just making it clear that is the option, right? You either go until you fail and then get whatever the consequence is, or you can choose to end before you have failed and thus not have the consequence. But what that means is that it is now phase 3 of the combat. Both of these green cloaked ones had their attacks disrupted. So what did they do this time? Well, they go, ah! But what the others, the yellow cloaked ones do is they do as declared, and they drag the Kithuk 5 squares toward the
Yeah.
shuttle there.
Hopefully next round we'll be able to do something better about that.
Well, so actually, what's going to happen here, though, is that because we're declaring again, because I've completed phase 3, and we're starting a new round. So it's a new round of declaring, and what's actually going to happen is that the 2 green cloaked ones are going to go in to attack you, and they're going to yell to the yellow cloaked ones, we're being attacked, come help. So basically, 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, no, they don't move yet. I'm just declaring now that this green cloaked one is gonna move closer to you and then attack basket case. This one is gonna move in and attack Erasto. He's going to try anyway. And then the others are, let's see. You see that this Kithuk that they're dragging, you know what? I think it makes sense that 2 of them continue to hold him and the other 2 run to attack. That's that. So the other 2 are not going to be able to drag him at full speed, but they're going to keep trying to get him toward the ship. The other 2 are coming in to attack. So this one, which is, this is a Rornan in a yellow cloak. It's a bunch of the insects kind of huddled together with the yellow cloak over it. Is going to come in and try to attack Nova Yutala. So you get that little indicator. And then this guy, who is an Ulran, is going to try to come in, and I think he'll attack you, Yondu.
He can sure try.
Well, that's his intention.
That's his plan.
Yeah, and then the other 2 here are going to keep trying to drag. Which we've got a Glean and a Kithuk, another Kithuk. Are those 2? So that's the next phase. That's the phase 1 for round 2. So, what order would you all like to go in this round?
I am actually going to say I'd like to go last this round.
All right.
Me? I'd like to go. If I could go first, that'd be.
Okay.
You want to go second?
Yeah, I'll
Really?
go second. All right.
Okay.
Got it set then. So that puts you first up, Nova Yutala.
Okay.
You got a glowy-handed yellow cloak Ulran, who seems to be holding out these collections of insects in limbs that also seem to be aglow with fire, just like the others.
That's not right.
Fire zombies.
Not right at all.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
I think too the green cloaked ones are saying surrender, and you may yet hear the voice of Gulmak.
Right.
I prefer dubstep. Okay, I personally don't, but I had to say it.
All right, here's my free movement. Go up there, then. I'm going to try and use power to get myself another movement.
Sure. Just big bounding leaps.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a success. It's a pass. So you move another 5 squares.
Okay. So,
There you go.
yeah.
You know
Gonna-
what? I think we could probably have some more exciting music here. Let me see if I
Let's
could.
get some battle music.
Yeah, let's see. I think this one, if I recall correctly.
And
Yeah, there we
I'm
go.
going to shoot at the one that's targeting myself.
Okay. Yeah. Oh no.
Really?
Well, you know what? But here's a perfect example. You can use one of those banked advantages to do just roll 1d12, and as long as it's not a 2 or a 12, you can turn that into a success.
Yeah. I would like to do that if I may.
You may.
If nobody has the problem.
Nope.
problem. So
Go
do I
right
just
ahead.
do it? Roll a single d12?
Yeah. Just roll 1d12. And it's
Ah.
a 7, which doesn't match 2 or 12, which means it is now a success. And we remove 1 advantage point from the pool, but
Okay.
you've made that a success. And so as you aim and fire your laser rifle at this Rornan colony in the yellow cloak, your laser rifle just blasts right through. Well, okay. Were you trying to do damage or
That's
just
fine.
disrupt the attack? Damage this time?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it blasts right through, and the rest of the colony just sort of like scatters out as sort of mindless bugs. But one of the things that happens is that it actually, you see the bugs of this Ronan start to spill out and sort of just like dissolve into sort of a slimy goo that's getting all over the sidewalk. But also, hang on. Yeah. As that happens, you see this weird sort of glittery, sparkling ash blow sort of stuff happening in the air, and then all of a sudden it ignites and there's an explosion over the corpse, and you see that within range this Kithuk is clearly burned by this attack.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Well, you didn't know. I didn't know either that they could do that. Fire
Mhm.
explosion?
Yeah.
Yikes.
All right, so you have dispatched that one. Obviously, it's no longer going to attack you, but you have also gained some new information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
So that was a difficulty 3. Your next one would be 4.
Yeah. Trying to think what. I think I'm gonna see if I can do athletics to move again.
All right, yeah. Okay.
Oh! Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah. So I'm going to say instead of a consequence, I'm going to take a collapse point, but then I'm also going to immediately spend it by having this yellow cloaked figure get a second attack. So now it's going to also have another attack headed your way.
So it's attacking now both of us.
Yeah, so it's making 2 attacks, and those each have to be disrupted. So, like, 1 disruption roll is not enough to break up both attacks.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
All right.
Oh, a question I have. I have
Yeah.
a shield generator. Will I have shield charges or?
Well, did you buy plasma cells for it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what determines if you have shield charges.
I just wanted to make sure before I have it in.
Yeah. So basically, if you have a shield charger, it holds a certain number of plasma cells, and you put one in, and that's what gives you a shield charge. And then if you use the shield charge, that plasma cell is depleted and has to be replaced with another one to get the charge back.
Okay. Okay.
And it takes an action to replace it.
Yes. All right.
Right,
So
so-
that is the end of your turn. Basket case, you're up.
Okay.
And I'd say it's like, yeah, if you're gonna disrupt anybody's attack on anybody,
Yeah.
on either me or the other one, do the other one. I have some health.
Incidentally, if you are outside of the line of sight and they can't get to where they would be able to attack you even with their movement, that also will cancel their attack.
Yeah.
But they,
So-
they get to move on their turn. So if you move to where you've broken line of sight, but then they can move on their turn and get it back, then they can still attack.
Okay. So that takes care of my free movement. I'm right behind Yondu.
Okay.
And I want to move another 5 squares.
Alright.
I'm going to use athletics
Okay.
to move another 5 squares.
That's a sensible skill.
So difficulty 2.
Yeah. You got that fine runner's gait. Huh?
Yeah, well,
Huh?
thump,
Huh?
thump.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing too, because your movement speed is not actually higher than anyone else's, despite your long stride. I think it's just really that you move like a big mech. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah.
All
Alright,
right.
so let's do that.
All right. You've succeeded.
Pass.
So you get your 5 more squares of movement.
Okay. And then, hold on a second, trying to manage where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Nope.
puts me right about here.
Yeah.
You know what we should have done from the beginning, Lee, is I
What?
get into your cockpit. Which that's what we should have done at the beginning of combat.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to fire your gun if that's the case.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
that-
clarification too is that I think what we said during session 0 is that you essentially get both characters' move actions, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
You get only the pilot gets to use their free move when you are combined.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the benefit is the pilot cannot be targeted with an attack, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you have made your move. You've gotten closer. Now what?
All right. I want to. So I've kind of broken his line of sight on me, but he can probably move and still get line of sight again.
Yeah.
What I want to do is go around him and hopefully get to the Keithuk over
Well,
here.
I mean, you're going to need to make a
That's
couple more rolls to get
Oh,
closer
yeah.
and closer, but you can certainly try.
Yeah. I think I'm going to use knowledge because now we have the knowledge that these yellow-robed guys are going to explode and hurt our hopeful target. So I'm going to use knowledge to try and get another 5 feet forward.
know it's so important that you got to keep pushing.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the whole thing here is that if it makes even a little
it's
bit of
fine,
sense,
it's
yeah.
fine. I'm just kind of getting with the tone of this game is really
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah. All right. So let's see.
You've got to imagine the anime voiceovers like, "Oh no, it's so intense. We have to rescue the prisoner. Must push myself 110%." And you see the little power bar, bumping against the little bracket. Yeah.
The little anime sweat things
Yeah.
coming up over his head.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and let's see how it goes. All right, you're successful. So that's another 5 squares. As you're pushing yourself, knowing how important it is that you're willing to accept, the added wear and tear to your joints.
All right, and I think I'm going to, let's see, what would be a good, all right, so I use knowledge on that one, so I get a thing. All right. I want to do it again. I want to
Okay.
I want to go another 5 squares.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pressure
I'm
rock.
going to use stealth to try and go fast enough that this guy doesn't know where I am after
Yeah.
this.
May
So
I
by
suggest that the stealth skill is an attempt at a really cool like power slide through this gap, to like to get on the other side, of this gap to be behind that
Or
other
one
car.
of those like anime leap into the air, disappear, appear someplace else, land on the
Yeah.
ground.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Is the Kakashi leaf teleportation move?
All right,
All
so
right.
let's see how well it works. Wow, there you go.
Ooh.
I love the fact that our gigantic,
Uh-huh.
12-foot tall,
20 foot.
stompy mech has
20
a
foot.
D12 stealth.
Yeah.
I told you in Session 0. I went full Grievous.
Yeah.
You did, and you did.
Yeah. Stalking forward. All right. So, you are yeah, so are you going to keep pushing your luck? You've made a lot of ground.
I think I'm gonna have to stop.
All right.
Because I'm at a difficulty 5.
Yeah, you're really
And-
pushing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
still have someone who's going to attack you too. So,
Yeah, well no, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I can do some. I can try to do something about that.
Well,
So,
if you want to do something about it, then that's fine.
But on the other hand, I will have to see if I can save both you and Arasto. But we'll see what happens.
Okay.
So I am up next.
all right.
It's time for Yonder to go pew pew.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to move 5 squares, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm going to pew pew this one.
All
the
right.
one that's going to attack my mechy friend.
Seems like a good plan to me.
Let's see how that goes. Range, complexity 2.
All
That's a
right.
pass.
Yeah.
So I can do the disrupting thing so that they will not get an attack.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So yeah. So that's what you're doing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So once again, you I don't take it off of them. Yeah. So basically, they were you saw where they were already sort of tracking where Basket Case had gone to go and follow them around that car. But then when you fire from the other direction, they turn and look back at you.
Great. So I'm now going to do the same thing for the one that's going to attacking Arasto.
Nice. This is
Or
good
try
use
to,
of
anyway.
sniping, really. I mean, like,
What's
seriously,
that?
this is good use of sniping. It's just keeping the enemy, like, on their toes, unable to complete their objectives.
Yeah.
Yay!
All right.
Yay. So yep, same thing. So they're disrupted, so they will not attack
All right.
Arasto.
Mhm.
All right. And given I don't have really good combat skills, unfortunately.
Well, not everybody does.
I mean, my one good combat skill is range. So
Yeah.
I mean, pushing my luck here to a difficulty 4 would likely lead us to failure. So I am going to stand. I know I have a attack coming from this guy, but I'm going to have to, and it's also going to attack my friend here. But I don't have. I think that the failure is not worth the risk. So
Okay.
I'm going to stop there with just the pew pew I've done.
All right. That makes it Erasto. You're up.
Okay. There's only one person left who is making attacks.
Right.
So what I'm going to take my free move forward.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Going to take a ranged attack with my laser pistol to try to disrupt his attack. Now, if that will be disrupting one of his attacks, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and then you could do the other one with another skill roll, but it would take 2.
Okay.
Does he have to pick which one he's disrupting before he makes the roll?
I mean, like in the fiction, I'm not sure it would really make sense. But I will allow you to decide which one is which.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So in the we've got Fusulu in the chat suggesting Paul that they're all combat skills.
Yeah.
Rule of cool.
Given that for computers really helps me here, guys.
Well,
targeting computer.
You have to come up with a reason in the fiction that it makes sense.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to hold on that.
Okay.
I'm going to use my Nova Point
Aha!
to activate Echo Beam.
Echo Beam! That is an anime-ass power.
And which shoot a powerful beam of force from your reliquary at a foe. Mm-hmm. You spend 1 Nova Point, make a skill roll to attack one target you can see within 10 squares. And the closer of the two is within 10 squares.
All right, so...
nope.
Oh, that one. Yep. Okay.
And I am going to use perception to make that roll. I really don't want it to miss, so I'm going to use a high skill on that. Just like he focuses through he adjusts his glasses and peers with all 6 eyes directly at him. And in the cinematic version, you see 6 different versions of him, of this guy, all kind of swirl around and coalesce into one image, and then it flashes, and then this beam of force shoots out across the gap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that green cloaked figure is just annihilated.
Well, I didn't roll it, but there you go.
Oh, yes. Well, okay. Yes. So, hang on. Yours. It does require a roll.
Yeah, it does require a roll. I rolled it. I passed.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it needed a roll because it's a Nova Point, but you passed. So yes, he's annihilated. And in fact, not only is he annihilated, but it does that thing where there is a black silhouette of him left on the image of the this car, and it's all distorted because it's like it looks perfect from just the right angle, but then from any other angle it's like all bent over the round surfaces of this car. But yeah, that one is destroyed. That is very cool. Yes.
That just disrupted what I was thinking of doing next turn, but that's okay.
And okay. What are my options with regard to doing something to... okay, I can't impose conditions unless I've got some kind of special ability or that says that, right?
Right. Well, like, for example, that focus beam, that echo beam, would have imposed a negative condition if not for the fact that doing 3 damage already killed him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it has to be something mentioned. Okay. So what I'm going to do then is
right. The other thing is that bear in mind that in general, conditions don't matter as much for NPCs.
Okay.
What works for you is in the fiction, if we imagine that what you have done is poison them, that becomes an advantage, right?
Okay. All right. So what I'll do then is rather than try and prevent those attacks, I am going to use my spandy new dart gun and shoot one of them with a numbing dart, and that'll be a medicine check there.
Okay.
So complexity 3 on that.
And you're shooting the one that the Ulrun that's planning to attack.
Yeah, and it's not gonna disrupt his attack this round, so it'll be an advantage point that they can use in their defenses.
Well, so I would allow it to be disrupt one of the attacks if you would like. I think getting shot with a numbing dart would disrupt an attack if I were making an attack.
Okay, all right, I'll do that then.
Yeah.
Oh,
no! All right. So let's see. I could either get another collapse point, or let's see what the failure prompt table tells us. You believe a lie. Gosh, how would that apply in this case? I mean, if we can't think of something, we could do something else. But I'm just trying to think what you believe a lie. What if you think that you succeeded?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't try again to do that because you think you succeeded already.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't have any more actions this round.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, so.
Well, yeah. I guess it's fine. But you think
Yeah.
you did it, so you will be surprised when it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. So
okay.
what do you? I mean,
Sure. I'm not going to. What? Okay. A negative condition is one of the things that can be a result of a failure, right?
yes, that's correct. So we could do that if that also like. But the thing is, you can't have another minor, so you would have to take a moderate.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I
I'll
wasn't
leave it up to you then.
If I could have given you a minor, that would have been my suggestion. But I don't think it merits a moderate. So.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it up to you then.
All right. Yeah. So I think it's fine, but that is a good example of another thing that could be a consequence in this sort of situation. Yeah. Okay. So that means that it is time for the declared actions to occur. The other one in the green cloak got his attack disrupted. One of them, splattered and then exploded. These two up here are trying to drag the Kithuk, but I think they actually make it only one square because they're slipping on the left behind bugs of that one. So it looks like it's slippery and it's difficult terrain. So like as they're trying to drag him, he's slipping around on it. And let me also be clear too that he's obviously terrified. This Kithuk, he looks like he might be kind of big and strong, but maybe he's just not a fighter because he is terrified out of his mind. He is just like he's doing the dead weight, like writhing around and just going, someone help me,
Yeah. Well, I mean, his struggles are also slowing them down.
Yes,
Fast
but
is on the way.
right, but he seems incoherent with fear. He does not seem like he's. Plus, he's burned now, so. Yeah. So that happens, but then this guy here is going to move forward 5 squares and make his fire ray attacks. Where's my recruit? There we go. Both Yondu and Nova Itala,
Yes.
you take 1 damage, so like 1 health level, and you are on fire.
Ooh.
Oh crap.
So let's see if I've got a good on fire little symbol.
Is that a condition?
It's not a condition, but what it is something that you have to take an action, you have to do a skill roll to put it out. There we go. On fire. All right. So, yeah, the 2 of you each take that health roll, and then you're on the fire. And you know that if you don't manage to put out the fire by the next round, next phase 3, you'll take another damage. But that resolves the attack. So, we're back at phase 1. declaring the actions. Having had some of their brethren, taken out, the other two yellow cloaked here are moving into. They're going to start attacking as well because they're all under assault. So this Kithuk one in the yellow cloak is going to attack Basket Case. The green cloaked one is tired of getting his attacks against Erasto disrupted, so she's trying again there. This all-run one is gonna try again on Yandu.
Okay.
And then this Glean one is going to attack Nova Utella. There we go. All right, that is their intent. So
I would like to see Basket Case go first. this
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, I
That's
think that
fine.
makes perfect sense.
Sounds like that'd be useful.
yeah. All right. So.
That's fine.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I can reflect that on the turn tracker. Who next?
I'm okay with. I'd like to go next if I could.
Sure.
I'll go after that.
All
And I
right.
will go last.
Sounds like a plan. So, Basket Case, you're up.
All right. So Basket Case, free movement.
Yeah. Note that if you are stepping into the yellow square, that is difficult terrain. It costs, 2 extra. Counts as 2.
Yeah. I measured it, and I can actually get to here.
Okay.
I think by completely avoid the yellow square.
Okay, well, so you can't move there while that cultist is still there. So you would have to do something to him first.
Okay. I'm going to hit him with my sword.
That seems like a good plan to me.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Yeah. So describe what it looks like as Basket Case draws and attacks with their laser sword.
Laser swords. The side, the sides of the outer sides of his thighs, tilt out like that, and he pulls out both of them and lights them up, and just goes to town on goon number 1.
All right.
So I'm going to attack with melee,
All right.
difficulty 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
Yikes! Oh, but
I'm going to spend our last advantage point and
yep.
re-roll
Yeah.
that sucker.
You roll one of those ones.
Got a snake eyes with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God, 7-Eleven.
I mean,
Yeah.
getting it.
So
All right.
your next roll is a 4, so a 1 and a 4, that's a success. So you cut down this yellow cloaked Kithuk, but as you cut him open, instead of the normal sort of blood that you would expect, it's like he's leaking fire all over, and he starts to shake, and he explodes. And so that is another point of damage to our Kithuk buddy, and a point of health level damage to you, Basket Case. But that yellow cloaked cultist has exploded and is gone.
Okay, so let me take care of my health level.
Mm-hmm.
Since I wasn't able to move all of my movement, can I still have my one last box of movement, or do I need to roll for it?
You really should roll for it.
Okay.
I was considering being forgiving, but that's actually not what the rules say. So if
Okay, that's
there's
fine.
no split movement.
Okay. I'm going to use perception.
Yeah.
because I have witnessed this guy catching fire twice, and so he needs to get in my body.
Yeah. Get in
Take
my
somebody
belly.
to the moon.
Get in my belly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to roll perception to move and just pick him up and store him in my cockpit.
Right. So I think it's really 2 rolls, right? One
Okay.
is to move towards him, and then the other would be to. Actually, does your combine ability say that you need to roll or no?
No, it doesn't say that I need to roll.
Well, if it doesn't need to roll, then yes, that works.
Okay. Yeah, I just have to move into his space.
Okay. Well, so make the roll, and we'll see,
Okay.
because you are out of advantages now.
All right. And I said perception.
Perception. Perception.
Difficulty 3.
Success.
All right.
Hey,
He gets in your belly.
All right, and I have got a Nova point.
All right. Nice. Okay. So,
Um,
are you gonna keep going?
Yeah, I'm going to whack a dude.
Mm-hmm.
Whack dude number 2 with
All
my
right.
sword.
Okay.
And this will be difficulty 4, so
Mm-hmm.
cross your fingers. I'm gonna use melee.
Okay.
Big bucks.
Or should I use somebody else?
Die on melee.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna use presence because I am just standing over this guy.
Yeah. Well, and you just blew up his friend, and then took his prisoner into yourself, and now you are
Right.
looming over him 20 feet tall with paired laser swords. That's scary, but let's see if this guy is too, like
Too cool for cool.
too cool for cool.
Cross your fingers.
There you go, another success. So yeah, this guy is so intimidated that he just stands there like a dumbass when you go and cut him down. And as you cut this yellow Glean cultist, he also blows up. Boom. So that's
Yeah.
another point of damage to you, Basket Case.
Yeah,
But
I went ahead and did that.
yeah, but that one is destroyed, which of course means that the attack on Nova Utella is canceled.
Okay,
Cool.
and I'm done.
All right.
Quite a round.
That
Quite
is a
round.
good round. You got a cheering section in the chat. Basket Case. Basket Case. All right, so so next is Nova Utella.
okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use knowledge, try and put myself out.
Okay. When,
Yeah.
when you to put out the fire. Yeah.
Yeah, make myself not on
You
fire.
you remember your military training for what to do if you are on fire.
Well, something.
It
A
was
more
a
efficient way
45-minute
to,
mixture.
a more efficient way to put myself out than just rolling on the ground.
Sure. Oh no! And no advantages.
Oh, whoa!
Yeah.
We don't have any
So,
advantage points.
may I suggest that maybe how that happens is you know what you're supposed to do, but when you learned this particular technique in military school, they didn't actually set you on fire, and you find that it's rather different than when you're only pretending.
Yeah.
This is why military schools should definitely actually set people on fire.
Right. This is what I've been saying. Also, it's suggested that Basket Case didn't look when the cultist exploded because, you got to walk
Boomers
away in
don't
slow
look at
motion.
explosions.
Right, yeah. Mhm. But yeah, okay, so I think, yes,
Well, I did not take my my free movement.
so I mean, yeah, I guess you still, you kind of chose to do your skill first, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I'll allow you to do it if you want, if we'll frame it as like, oh my god,
Yeah.
On
Be
fire.
on fire.
Yeah. But I'm going to also say that your consequence for the failure here is that you are, let's say you've got a minor condition on suave because you are not cool right now.
Okay.
All right. Do you know how to add that to your sheet?
Well, I hit the minus heart, right?
Yeah.
The
The
smallest
small.
one, and then that'll open up minuses next to your skills.
Yeah, and then you click the one next to suave.
Aha. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. So, I think the rest of you see Nova having a hard time with this on fire thing. And you know what the worst thing is, Nova Utala? It's ruining all your nice fur treatment you just got.
Yeah.
I think, in
Actually-
fact, that you suspect the reason it didn't work is because that conditioner might actually be flammable.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. I might have to go back to that place and
Write a sternly worded letter to the owner and proprietor of It's the Bomb.
yeah.
It's the bomb, not the bomb.
Well, yes. Then, okay, so that makes it Erasto, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to take my free movement to get up next to my friend here,
Yes. Nova Utala.
Nova Utella. I'm going to point over the heads at the ship and shout, "That's right!" I've forgotten. I keep forgetting characters' names. Keep attach the bomb to their ship.
Basket
and use
case.
deceive to try to get the attack off of me.
Okay, yeah, all right. Shouting that there's a bomb in
Yes,
proximity?
that my friend is attaching a bomb to their
Yes.
ship, and that's a pass.
All right, success. Yeah, so
Nice.
that distracts the
and-
green cloaked one enough that they stop their plan to attack you.
And then I'm going to load several chemicals into my dart gun and fire it over their heads. Of the chemicals inside causes it to explode in midair, causing glittering dust to fall down all over them, and give us an advantage.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Glitter ball.
And that's a
There you
pass.
go. Nice.
The bomb works.
Yeah. All
Um,
right, so you've gained an advantage point.
Because those I'm finding that having a few advantage points to deal with are really important.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
When somebody gets a double on their very first action, that's like, oh no, that's no good.
Right.
Finally, I want to again use medicine to put out my flaming kitty friend.
Yes.
Like me, kitty friend.
Yeah.
So that's complexity 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's
That's
another
a
pass.
success. That's a success.
And that's
Yay.
where I want to stop.
Yes. All right, so Nova Utala, you are no longer on fire. Unless you have another suggestion, I'm going to suggest that what you have done is spray some sort of a foam all over them.
Yes,
Fire
exactly. That's
extinguisher.
exactly what
Yeah.
I had in mind. Is that, and I'm going to say now this may sting a little, and spray him with the like bandage foam or something like that, and it actually as it's going down, it kind of turns into wrapped bandages around his body as it
Right. So player he him, character she her.
Okay,
Yes.
gee,
Yeah.
yes.
Mhm.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. We want to just keep it clear though. That's
It's
good.
new.
Yeah.
Yep. On her body.
Yes.
Yeah, but she reacts by like,
Yeah.
because
It's probably nice not being on fire though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Like,
immediate
I
reaction.
guess. All right.
And I'm going to end there because I'm up into complexities that's hard to.
Yeah.
I don't want any more failures.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah. All right. So that makes it Yondu's turn. Still on fire. Yondu.
So I'm going to move to here with my free move.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to grab a hold of lots of debris and try to put out the fire by basically pouring the debris on top of myself.
Okay.
Smothering.
Sure. What skill are you applying?
Power.
Oh, power? Sure.
Just those stuff.
You're crushing chunks of asphalt in your hand to just make it like dirt.
Yeah, I've got the skin for it. I can handle that. So that worked according to plan. That's good.
Yes.
Now gives me a D8. All right. So now that we took care of my fire and our friends out fire. Now it's time to shoot the gun again, and I'm going to shoot at the explodey guy over here. And see if I can't.
Well, which explodey guy?
Explodey guy that's targeting me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So
shooting
the
to kill.
green cloaked one, the other green cloaked one, would have exploded had he not been entirely annihilated.
Oh, yeah. I'm shooting to kill, not shooting to disrupt.
Sure.
Because I could try to. Because I'm complexity 3. Let's give it a shot.
All right.
Yay!
That is a success. And what you discover is that this particular guy is an Ulrun. He's a little tougher. So you definitely hit him and you've damaged him, but he is not down.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. All right.
Shoot him again.
Yeah, I'm gonna risk the difficulty 4 roll and try to shoot him again. I'm kind of nervous because I'm lousy with rolls, but I'm gonna give it a shot.
Well, we got an advantage.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. That is a failure, but you could use the advantage point.
To re-roll the 5.
All right, I'm gonna use.
That's
the
why I
advantage-
gave it to you.
I'm gonna use the advantage point to re-roll the 5.
All right.
And here we go. Nope.
All right. But it's a 2, which matches one of the other numbers, so
Right.
it is still a failure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Wasted it.
That's okay. I am going to take a collapse point, and then I'm going to have the collapse point be that that he's getting another attack. Let's
me?
see. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have the one collapse point be that this guy is going to make an attack on Erasto. So one on each of you. But then the other collapse point I'm going to use to change the declared action of an enemy. And what that is that this other enlightened acolyte, this green cloaked one, is going to do some mental math and run towards the ship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Correct.
Yeah.
Well, given that all of our turns are over, that's what they do.
Right. So that means 2 attacks towards Yondu, one towards Yondu and one towards Erasto. So as before, 1 damage and you are on fire.
Okay, is the damage absorbed by my shield?
Yes. And in
Okay,
fact,
so
I would
one-
say that because your shield blocks it, I'll say that it makes sense also that you wouldn't be on fire either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so put the fire on me. So what happens when I get to 0 health?
So
I'm at 1 is my
Right,
point. So
right.
the next thing will take me out.
Right. So let's hang on. So I believe that what happens is that while you are at 0, you will automatically get the lowest severity condition that you don't have already. While you are at 0, you can't really contribute or take a turn or make any actions. But until you are at 0 and get hit again, until you have no more negative conditions that you can take, and you're still at 0, and then you get hit again, then you would die. But so if you get to 0 and you don't have a minor condition, you would get a minor condition and still just be unconscious at 0 until you're healed.
Well, we'll see if that mechanic hits me the next round.
All right, so that is that guy's attacks. So let's remove those little tokens for now. You're still on fire, though.
Should not made that roll.
Yeah.
Should not.
Well, you know.
Should
No,
not-
oh,
not-
okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. That guy's running towards the ship. So, new declared actions. This guy's going to continue towards the ship and try to escape. This guy does not realize that he has been abandoned and he's a true believer. So he is just seeing target-rich environment and he is going to attack Nova.
And
Huh.
Navitella.
I would have thought he was trying to take me out. I thought
Well,
he
I mean, he sees a bunch of people. He's going,
would. Yeah.
I would
watch
like to
me,
go first.
Golmak! Notice me! Notice me, Golmak! I'm doing good. I'm doing your work. That's what they're doing. So who's going first this round?
Me, please.
All right.
Okay, basket case will go second.
All right.
I'll go third.
Got it. That sounds like a plan. All right, Nova, Itala, your turn.
I'm going to use my movement to go up, and I'm going to pull out my sword and cut this one down
Sword.
using
Sword.
melee.
Yeah. Just remember that these guys explode,
I know.
so you will be doing damage to yourself.
I can handle it.
All right. Let's see you handle it. Success!
Yes.
You cut him down with your sword, and then he explodes and does 1 fire damage to you.
But because I know I was expecting it, I will have my shield absorb it if I can. If that's
Yeah, I think so. Let me just double check what the shields are, how they work.
I think as long as when you have it charged, it automatically takes the first health level of damage that you take.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Yeah. Hang on. So shield generator. Yeah.
I need to get.
Oh,
one of those.
that's
What? Okay.
You know
Or
what?
say-
There we go. Personal
right.
shield generator. Yeah. So right. Special health level, and then yeah. Yeah. Exactly. If you take damage from a physical attack while you have a shield, yeah. No, I 100% buy that. So your personal shield generator absorbs the fire explosion, and you are not harmed.
But
Now
you do have to
it's
knock
on
off
the
one
point now.
plasma charge to.
Right, yeah. So now your shield charge is depleted until you replace the plasma cell.
Is it one shield charge per damage or?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So, I'm going to go ahead and go ahead and try and use power to get a movement. Because we really want these people to stop.
Stop. Oh.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
3. Getting a complexity 3 with a D6 skill is unlikely.
All right. You missed the mark. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty banal. But you know what? We'll say maybe you were just a little disoriented. So I will actually allow that you moved, but not directly in the right direction. How about that?
Okay.
So instead of running straight towards him, you're kind of off to the side.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Hey.
like that. You got turned around a little bit in the excitement. All right, basket case.
Okay, so question.
Uh-huh.
If I use my movement to get to the ship first, can I use engineering to try and steal it?
So here's where that's a little bit complicated, right? I am not shutting you down because I love that very much. But what we need to understand in the fiction, right, is that the ship has an MI, right?
Uh-huh.
And so the MI would need to be cooperative. So I'm not saying that the skill roll would not allow you to potentially do that if you succeed, but that that's what you're dealing with. It's not just a ship that you get behind the controls and turn it on,
Right.
right? It's also that there's an MI that could thwart you if it's not dealt with.
This isn't just a ship; it is a ship.
It's an NPC.
Yeah.
And so so you could potentially do that. But I guess what I'm just saying is, if the end result you want is I am flying this ship around and the cultist doesn't have it, that is probably more than one roll.
Right. I think
How about you just get to like close the door on him?
yeah, that was my second option.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me just try that.
Mm-hmm.
Is to force the door closed so that he can't. So I want to keep this guy in. I don't want to let him go, because if I let him go, he's going to
Yeah, it's gonna be in trouble.
be at risk. I want to take him with me. So
Yeah,
how
well,
are
that's where this is a little bit complicated, actually, because that's sort of the double-edged sword of the Combine when you're dealing with an NPC in there, because you're protecting him, but you're kind of reliant on him to move for you. So what I might say is you need a skill roll to persuade him to do what you want.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, why aren't you just like knocking out the last cultist or taking him out?
There's
or whatever?
that,
I mean,
but bear in mind there are also lots of other in-fiction options. You don't necessarily have to kill him. Like if you wanted to intimidate him into stopping, persuade him that, you know, you're not going to kill him if he stops, or, you know, like, I mean, presumably you guys might have questions too, right? So,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
yeah, so you don't necessarily want to just cut him down with a laser sword, although that is
And
an
another thing is, I still have my go,
Mm-hmm.
and you might just like get in front of him, intimidate him, and if that doesn't work, you got two more people to take their turns.
right. How about if I just grapple him?
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. What kind of skill would I use for that? That
So,
would probably be power.
In chat, they say basket case can still move. The combined ability just ties their movements together. Like, on the one hand, that does make sense to me, but like, the way it's worded is confusing. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense that you wouldn't be able to move, but the way it's written doesn't say that. Like,
Well,
it makes it like, because the move makes it sound like, so for example, let's just briefly look at, because we're all learning the system, right? So special abilities and combine, and it specifically says, if the ally you have combined with takes a movement action, you move along with them. If you have 0 health levels or move into a space that does not contain your ally, you are no longer combined.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So that's what I'm saying is that you move together, but it requires the person inside to initiate the movement.
Okay.
And that's why I was saying it might be a roll because this guy is still just screaming, right? Like,
Yeah.
as much as you know you're helping him, what he knows is that a giant robot made some things explode and he's on fire now, and then he got put inside a robot.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I can use. I don't think I have to roll for it. My Nova Point, I have a special ability called Healing Tank,
Yes, you do.
which will restore three units of health
Wait, okay.
for Nova Point.
For the quick healing,
Yeah, and remove
yeah.
a minor negative condition,
you do have that.
and I don't have to roll for it.
That's correct. You spend your Nova Point. Are you doing that?
Yep. Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah. So you do that. He is restored to full health, and I think so. Describe what's happening inside there that is reflecting in this this miraculous bit of quick healing.
I think I don't know if this is actually going to be a thing that happens. I think that a grill opens up underneath his feet, and grill opens up. It's like the grill opens up laterally this way underneath him, and then a grill over the top of him opens up, and this green goop just kind of whooshes out and just covers him from head to toe.
Yeah, Nickelodeon by way of Evangelion.
Yeah, yeah, and so it just kind of covers him, and it's like little nanomechs in the goop that just kind of go and do the physical repairs to bring him up to full health, and they just follow the goop down into the grill, and it recycles itself.
Yeah.
Up to the top.
Here's where I will allow all of this. That like the Nova Point, the Nova ability does not require a skill roll. So we can say that could happen before you're doing your move, right? And so I will allow, because of how dramatic that is, that if you have just like doused this guy with green slime nanomechs that make him feel immediately much better, and then just you talk to him on a speaker that says, help me get in front of this guy and block him from the ship, then I'll let you just move. He'll cooperate now that you've healed him.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do that.
All right. So, obviously you can't move the combined tokens, but I can. So, bloop, bloop, bloop.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
He is feeling much better, and he's like, what? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, kind Peacecraft.
Yep. You are welcome.
All right. So, are you doing anything else now that you've moved there? You're still only at your difficulty 2.
Intimidate him.
Yeah, I'm going to intimidate him and say, should I pull a Gandalf? You shall not pass.
I you know what? If it were me, I would.
Yeah.
All right. So
All right. So I'm just pulling out all the tropes today.
Sure. Is this a presence? Or are you? Or what skill
Yeah.
are you thinking? Presence.
I'm
What-
presence.
Yeah. Sure. Give him the gift of your presence.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh my
And no
God.
advantages either, so you have failed. So here's my thinking there. So I'm taking a collapse point for the consequence of this, and I think what happens is you are very scary, right? You know that you are. When you make this move to intimidate him, any sane, rational person would be terrified. He does not seem sane and rational.
Yeah.
No, clearly not.
Right. So you had thought he was fleeing to the ship just on the basis of like, oh, he fears for his life, he's running away. But you see madness in his eyes, and you see that he looks like he is following instructions coming from somewhere else. And he looks up at you with fearsome rage. And in fact, what is going to happen is that I'm going to spend that collapse point to give him an attack on you.
Okay.
All right. And that is Basket Case's turn. Erasto.
Okay. Paul, what's the name of your character again?
Yondu?
Yondu. You okay back there, Yondu?
Honestly, no.
Okay. I will step over to Yondu,
Mm-hmm.
pull out my trusty hypo spray, twirl it around in my hand, and attempt to heal him a health point. That isn't something as from the equipment. That is just a use of my
Break damage.
You've got the
med kit.
okay. That the med kit does that.
I'm using the med kit.
Okay.
But because I want a Nova point and because I'm feeling cocky, I'm actually going to use perform on this instead of medicine.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you're performing surgery.
Well, no, I think it's more a matter of like.
Really flashy. He's
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. You're just like, haha, yeah.
Oh!
Oh my
Oh no!
Oh, no.
I think that your little hypo spray that you pull out of the med kit, you're getting so cocky and flipping it around like that you accidentally lose track. You lose your grip on it and it falls to the ground and clink, clink, and it's broken.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Ah!
I'm a bad magnet now. Wow.
So, Yondu, that just happened, and you are still on fire.
I am still on fire. And here's the thing. If I don't put out the fire, I go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love here, if I may just have a brief insertion, is I love this imagined image where Yondu, already injured, currently on fire, is fighting the impulse to check if Erasto's okay after breaking the hypospray. Like, he seems really sad about it. And it's like, it's okay.
And here's the system again. I just need a D4 to get a Nova point, but a D4 is with me to try to put out the fire because if I fail it, I go down. So it's like
I really like the push your luck mechanics of this system. I really like it.
so.
But
But
first with D4 with something good, and then use a D4 for your second action. It'll fail, but you'll still get the Nova point.
Yeah.
But I mean, given how my failures that cause problems, I think I'm just going to go straight with pouring more stuff on me. I'm not moving. I'm just going to pour stuff on me to try to put out the fire so I don't
Sure.
die. Or try anyway.
Yeah. All right. That's a success. So you're no longer on fire.
I'm no longer on fire.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the question is, how is Erasto? I mean, is Erasto's medkit gone or?
Well, that particular hypo spray is broken.
Okay. Just to see if there's anything I could help him with in that regard.
I mean,
Yep.
well,
I actually have got a grand total of 5 medkits. So
Okay. So you're okay. So it's not mission critical. I find this medkit right now.
yeah,
Well,
that was not his only hypo spray. That was just his favorite.
Also, the leader of these cultists is currently staring down Basket Case way over there at the ship too. So
Right.
Yeah, and Basket Case has 1 health point left.
So I'm going to press my luck to try to shoot him. I mean, yes, it's only 3 dice, but given the way I've been rolling today, it's pressing my luck. So I'm going to try to shoot him. I'm going to try to shoot him to disrupt his action.
Great, great.
I don't want him to explode, because if he explodes, that's bad for basket. So I'm basically
Well, also, you don't know if it would take him down either, right?
I don't know, but
Yeah.
that's
No,
risky.
no. I think tactically, I think this is exactly right. All right, that's a success. So
Okay,
you
so I disrupt
you disrupt the attack. Yeah.
And
I
so
can't
that's
remove
it.
the other token on there. Yeah. So here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. So are you going to stop there?
The way I roll, yes, I'm going to stop there.
Okay. So I think that at this point, so it's once again a new round. I'm declaring actions for this one remaining guy. He stares up at you, Basket Case, and again, it is, there's just madness and almost like you're not sure if you're imagining it, but it looks like there's fire inside his eyes. And he just looks up at you and says, "You too could hear the voice of Gulmark and know that ours is the truth. If not, you will burn." And his intent is to attack you again.
So, when you disrupt an attack, does that disrupt like movement too, or?
Well,
Disrupts the action.
right, yeah. So if his declared action is I'm going to attack this person, and you disrupt it, he basically his move is canceled.
Oh, he changed his move to an attack.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I can spend collapse points on, is that if they're already attacking, I can give them an extra attack, or if I can change what their declared action was.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to say Basket Case goes last in this particular.
Sure, to give everyone
Setup.
else kind of time to do something here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a plan, and I hope it works.
Okay.
So that means you want to go first?
So, if there's no opposition, okay.
So what
wait a
about
minute.
2 and 3? So if Nova Intella wants to go first, then who's second?
I'll take the
Ross.
second one.
Okay. All right. Got it. So Nova, you're up.
Probably for the best.
Okay. So, free movement
Mhm.
to get up to here.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack. And basically want to use a laser sword, but like kind of hit to knock to incapacitate.
Okay.
If I could. Like,
All right. So you can, I'll allow that you can be trying to do essentially non-lethal damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, like I don't want him to explode, but I don't want him to.
You're not doing lethal wounds. Like these are injury attacks, not. I'll definitely buy that. This guy looks pretty tough now that you're up close, but you absolutely can go ahead and make that attack.
Well, and so okay, so hopefully D10 skill will pass at
Well,
2.
We'll see.
Okay.
All right. So yes, you attack, and you do 1 damage, and it looks like this
And
one's pretty tough still.
I'm going to spend a Nova point to do Toxic Bite.
Nice. Okay.
When you hit an adjacent creature with an attack, you can spend 1 Nova point to bite the target, and they gain a significant negative condition.
Right. Okay. Which basically, the rules for this are a little weird, I think, because on the one hand, we could make it like advantages for you, but the thing is, like, generally speaking, the NPCs don't make attack rolls, right? There are some things that they do where they might make a roll, like if they had to jump over a chasm or something like that. And so a significant condition would make that harder for them. Alternately, we could say that it makes it 1 difficulty easier to do anything against them, but I'm going to rule for tonight that that's how that works. So that means that if you're going to continue to attack or do anything against them, anything that's directly involving them is 1 difficulty easier than it would be because of this significant, this you've poisoned them with your bite.
Yeah. So
Let's see if I got a good.
That's good. Just let that go. We've got lots of people taking their turns. So
Yeah.
well, I'm just saying so I could probably try and hit him again. Would that be a difficulty 2?
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm ruling for now. Even though I think it's a little bit weird.
Okay, going for it.
All right. Okay. That's another one. So you do another point of damage. He is clearly injured, but not down.
Okay. And then, well, wait. Next one would be difficulty 4, right?
It normally would. So if it's 1 easier, then it's 3.
It's like if it's something on itself.
It would be 4 if it's something other than directly engaging with that character.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try athletics to, basically, gain an advantage by knocking him down.
Okay. Yeah. And
But-
because it's against him, I think that still counts as 1 easier. So you do a 3.
3? Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that
Okay.
succeeds, so you get an advantage point that in the fiction is reflected by him being knocked on his butt. And he's
Okay.
looking clearly like wounded. Wounded
Yeah.
and woozy. He's
I'm
an
gonna
Eno, so
leave it-
his ears are droopy.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. All right, that makes it
Arasto.
your turn, Arasto.
okay, I'm going to move forward, pull out my now trusty dart gun, and try and anesthetize him.
Okay.
What I would like to, this is something where I want to take him out, but I don't want him to die.
So this is a perfect example of something that I think the hypo gun is great for, is that normally like a laser pistol, I would say, how do you do non-lethal damage with a laser pistol at range? That doesn't really make
Right.
sense. But a sleep dart, I could buy that could be non-lethal damage. So we essentially treat it as doing damage, but we accept that it's non-lethal damage.
Okay, so I'm going to, just because I want to make sure that this happens, I don't want to risk. I've already got my Nova point. I'm not going to get another one in this combat. I don't think there's enough time to roll enough dice. So I'm just going to go ahead and use medicine for that.
Okay. All right, that's a success. So you fire at your dart, and you see that he was already woozy, clearly injured. He's definitely wobbling around, eyes drooping a little bit, but he's not down yet.
Okay, well, you know what? It's like, oh, I need a higher dose. I'm going to do it again.
All right.
So complexity 3 on this one.
Uh-huh.
Oh!
Oh no! But you do have 1 advantage.
I'm going to use it
And reroll.
and re-roll.
And as long as you don't get a 9 or an 11.
Right.
But you got an 11, so unfortunately.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh god, I
So-
just thought of what could be what the consequence could be.
Oh? What
He
are you
hits
thinking?
Nova.
Yeah, I mean, well, we could do that. One of the like on the failure roll tables, that like that's one of the one of the like an ally is injured or something like that. I was yeah, you know what? I think that makes sense in fiction. Is that okay with you, Nobilis?
Yeah, I mean, what?
No, Nobilis?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I was just like, if the consequence of your failure is that you accidentally hit Nova.
Sure,
Yeah.
that's fine.
All right.
I'm sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. So.
Okay, that's fine. So yes, I think I think because of the dart that you were trying to use, that's going to be 1 health point of damage to you, Nova. But like, with the understanding that if you went down, you would just be asleep.
Well, I'm at 1 out of 3, so.
All right. So, but now you're feeling a little like, oh, all right. But that's the end of Erasto's turn. So, Yondu, your turn.
Okay, we don't want this guy to die, do we?
Well, I mean, like,
I'm asking my fellow.
well,
player.
That
remember,
was what I was after.
yeah. The one other thing to consider too, like, you decide if you want him to die or not. But remember that because the ship also has an MI and also has its own personality and everything, you might also be able to question it.
Yeah.
True.
But you
Also,
also don't
the-
know what it would know. You don't know if it knows everything.
Also, the my passenger might know some of what's going on as well.
Right.
Okay, so I will move up 5 now. Has this guy's action been disrupted and all that's been happening?
No, he still has an attack ready to
Well,
go off against
then-
Basket
Then,
Case.
then I know my uses. They may be few, but they are. So I'm going to basically shoot covering fire so that he doesn't do what he wants to do. Well, let's try to anyway.
Sure. All right, that's a success. So that attack
Yay.
is disrupted.
Right. If I shoot and hit him and it explodes, that's bad. Oh, I'm at difficulty 3, so forget trying to get my Nova point by rolling a D4. So there's really nothing I can do worth. That's not worse than a failure.
Well, remember too that, like, again, there's all sorts of non-shooty pew pew options, right? Like, he is in much worse shape than he was a moment ago. Try talking him down again, or like any number of different things that are
Yeah, but
theoretically.
I'm way down here, so I'm just trying to figure out in the fiction if that even makes sense that I can actually interact with them. I mean,
Well, I mean, like, if you want to,
yell.
yeah, I think if you're just yelling out, it's like, look, it's over, you're surrounded, give up. Like, I believe that you could shout that from a distance.
okay. I mean, I just felt that since I was all the way down here that I really had nothing I really could interact with. But okay, I will try that. I will try using presence to try to
Okay,
stun him into submission.
right.
But guys, I'm crappy with the rolls, so we'll see what happens.
Oh no, that's a failure.
As I said, maybe I should not have rolled. Oh well. So what
yeah, so I think that you're earning yourself, like, I would be taking a collapse point, but then again, immediately spending it to give him another attack, but this one's on you.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, here I am shouting and being
Yeah, you
present.
basically attracted his attention. He is not standing down. He is instead going to shoot at you for yelling at him and telling him to stand down, when clearly Gulmak doesn't want that. Gulmak says to keep doing Gulmak's will, not some rando Ulrun.
Yep.
All right, so that is the end of Yondu's turn. Basket Case, it's down to you. Bonk bonk on the head.
To kill. Yeah,
Oh.
to kill or just knock him unconscious.
Ah, well,
We
if you
can try to
kill
knock
him,
him
it's like,
out.
If he
You said
blows
the
up,
best
that
jet to
seems
do that.
tactically unsound, but, you do what Basket Case would do.
Yeah. Um. I'm gonna knock him unconscious.
All right. Well, go ahead and make your roll.
All right. I'm going to use. I'm gonna use melee.
Okay.
Or can I use perception? Because I'm looking for that sweet
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah. No, I buy
Yeah,
that. You're
I'm
saying
not-
like, where is just the right? Because he's actually looking the other way right now. Where is
Yeah.
just the right spot? Just donk,
Yep.
snooze button.
Looking for the off button.
Yeah. Incidentally, I am officially going to rule as GM that although in our galaxy with human beings, knocking someone unconscious is actually a very serious injury and is not a trivial thing at all. In the Olaxis galaxy, the species here can get knocked unconscious and be fine later.
It's a very pulpy galaxy.
Yes.
And so are their brains.
All right.
Yep. Cross your fingers.
Uh-huh.
Bucks, no whammies. Stop.
Succeed.
Yay.
Yay!
Donk. Eyes roll back in his head. He collapses to the ground. And so, as he goes unconscious, you have a moment, you take a moment to breathe, and I take a moment to find the thing that says what happens then. As the smoke of the battle clears, it sounds as though the screams from throughout the rest of the streets have died down. But as you look around, even though you're standing next to this ship, standing over the unconscious form of this particular green-cloaked individual, you see several other ships with rising suns emblazoned on their hulls, lifting off from other parts of the city
Uh-oh.
and fleeing into the sky. And so I think that's where we will leave the story for tonight. So, so very exciting. That was great. I'm glad we got to this point, even though we ran a little longer than I was originally expecting. But the last
It was our first combat.
Oh yeah, it was great. And so the last thing that we do every session is we just do a check-in on everybody's story path. And so, as a general expectation to set for pacing, the general idea is that one, maybe two people will get one story path event per session, right? So that's the general pace of it. So at least one person definitely got it, and that is Basket Case found a beast friend.
Yay!
Your wild meeting, meet the animal and show it kindness. So you definitely completed that, and so you can complete that little action on your character sheet, and I don't know what you get for that one.
Increase the dice size of your empathy, knowledge, medicine, or perception skill by 1.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, so you get to do that. The other story paths. I had in mind. So, Erasto, I feel like you did heal the curio shop owner's hand, and he's mildly appreciative. But I don't feel like that would really scratch the itch exactly. But
I didn't think to pursue
yeah.
that at all.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it waiting. I've got some ideas on that in the future.
Sure. So I just, checking in. So, and then we didn't have anything for the contest yet for Yondu.
Unless it's a contest to be on fire a lot.
Well, I mean, as we talked in our session 0, it seemed like you wanted it to be a like a spaceship race.
Starship race, yes.
So, yeah, we haven't done that yet.
Nope.
But Nova, you were kind of leaving it a little bit TBD what you thought your rival might be about. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not feeling anything from this session,
There-
that's fine. We'll just.
I
you
mean,
know.
the only like the few we met were the party
I mean, you've got an unconscious Eno cultist prisoner, but I don't know if that
Oh, is
feels
that-
like. Yeah, this
okay.
is a this cultist
I thought
is an
that
Eno.
was a different species.
No, the other one was a different species. This one is the Eno.
Okay. Yeah, and
so
all the action, I lost track of which one was which.
yeah, that's okay. That's what the little blue token is intended. It's kind of shaped like an Eno head, so that's what it's intended to indicate. But so here's so I don't know if you feel like you hated this particular character enough to think of them as a rival. I mean, I would allow that if you wanted it, and we can develop the story that way. But if
they're too crazy.
yeah,
I have an idea, and you can think about it. And maybe that is that Basket Case becomes a rival. And and because if you look at the impact that he was able to do with the laser swords, he was able to move in, rescue the guy that got captured, do off 2 of them at one time, and then face down this guy.
okay. Is this a story path help or is this a brag?
No, this is no. Well, maybe a little bit of a brag, but but seriously, I mean, because I can see that being something that would inspire a rivalry, and so you can, that may be something you think about. You may not.
Right.
I feel like
that would be allowed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like the rivalry is a little more antagonistic than Basket Case inspires.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
So I would allow that if you were feeling it, but it sounds like you're not. So let's just leave it there. So Basket Case got their first one this time, but don't worry, I am aware of what the other ones are. We just kind of didn't get to those points in the story this time. But so that's where we'll leave it for this time on that cliffhanger. But we'll be back next week to continue our Burn Bryte adventure.
Yes.
So thank you for listening or watching. If you're watching live, thank you so much. If you are watching on the VOD, either on Twitch or YouTube, thank you for that. Also, we're going to put out the audio podcast version, so you might be listening to that. In that case, also thank you. We'll be back next week. So keep the fire burning. All right.
Bye.